author, publisher, and public speaker. Dele Ogun has excelled in multiple careers, significantly contributing to the legal and writing fields. In November 1969, 7-year-old Dele embarked on a nearly 7-hour journey aboard the BOAC from Lagos to London. Little did he know the challenges he would face in a new land where speaking his beloved Yoruba would set him apart. Raised in the village of Ayede in Ekiti State by his grandparents, Dele quickly adapted by winning over local boys with his football skills. After earning his LLB from London Metropolitan University in 1984 and completing his call to the English bar at the Inns of Court School of Law in 1985, he obtained an LLM in Company and Commercial Law from the London School of Economics in 1987. Dele founded Akin Palmer LLP, a London-based law firm specializing in commercial litigation and international arbitration disputes. With over 21 years of experience, he also maintains a practice in Lagos, Nigeria. In 2009, he published his first book, The Law, the Lawyers, and the Lawless, an autobiographical reflection of his journey from Nigeria to becoming a successful lawyer. His subsequent work, Ostrich Nation, Golden Jubilee, critiques Nigeria's socio-political landscape through the metaphor of an ostrich, highlighting issues such as corruption and leadership failures. In A Fatherless People, the secret story of how the Nigerians missed the road to the promised land, Dele explores Nigeria's historical evolution from British colonialism to contemporary challenges, examining how colonial powers manipulated ethnic divisions that hindered national unity. His other works include Oyinbo Came to Africa, Identify and Development, A Slave Ship Called Jesus, and the upcoming 50 Years of Britain. True to his bold mandate of saving Nigerians from Nigeria, as seen on his X page, Dele advocates for accountability and proactive governance. As a student in London, Dele Ogun worked as a security guard. Today, he is passionate about the plight of Nigeria and Nigerians and has written half a dozen books to educate Nigerians on the malaise afflicting the country.
All right. Please join me in welcoming to the show the great Dele Ogun.
Rudolph, thanks so much. I was most flattered by that introduction.
I was really impressed by the range of work you've done, and I know you are continuing to do that work. Thank you so much for doing this, and welcome.
A real pleasure.
So typically, we start the show on Sundays by looking at stories happening across the world, and especially Africa. But today I want us to get deep into this conversation because you covered a lot in the work you've done, both in books and articles that you've been writing for many years. But the best place for me to start is I played the video at the beginning of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. So I want you to tell me, when you see the world as it is today, the crisis in Middle East and in Ukraine, what does that remind you?
Well, I mean, what it brings to the foreground immediately in the Nigeria context is this: the clash between those two faiths, the Abrahamic faiths of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. This is what was imported into the Nigerian space when Nigeria was constructed. These are imported faiths, Christianity and Islam, that have afflicted Nigerians. You often find that, if things are kicking off in the Middle East, you will not be surprised to find that there will be Nigerians, Christians, and Muslims exchanging blows over issues that don't really directly concern our people. So this is part of the legacy that we've been left with. We're almost like passengers on a sort of on a vehicle that we don't even know where it's going to. We're just at the back, wherever it goes, wherever they take us. When they have issues between themselves, we find that it impacts ourselves and our futures, and we can't continue like that.
You
The reason why
mentioned,
I write.
yeah, thank you. You mentioned that Nigerians on different sites when you look at the Middle East. Actually, people are take it seriously, and it's based on where they were born in Nigeria, how they grew up, and that determines the position they take. Um, so when you look at Nigeria today, based on all your studies, um, what do you think is the way forward? Before we go into the books, I want to know what do you think is the way forward for Nigeria?
That's a fundamental question, and the answer is actually quite simple. Believe it or not, the way forward for us is the way back. You see, we've been led up an alleyway by those who I call the colonial Confucianists, who came into our space when our forefathers were minding their own business. We had our governance systems, we had our way of life. We were minding our own business. They came to us, we didn't come to them. They came to us and brought in these external influences on a faith level, on a corruption level, because believe you me, the origins of corruption were imported. We've been left to believe that and I hear some of our so-called educated people almost raining curses on themselves and ourselves, suggesting that when we were designed by our creator, that we were designed deficiently, that the problem is our people and our mindsets need to change. That's the kind of stuff that I hear. Whereas the reality is that from the get-go, when they came in, all these sins that we encounter now is like a virus. It was all brought in. The bribes, the violence, the death, the greed, every single aspect of it, without exception, was all imported. But because we never understood the genesis of these issues, we almost just took a snapshot, like a still camera, a still photograph, seeing the condition as is, rather than a video that will explain how it started. So my answer in terms of the way forward for us is to retrace our steps. As the conversation continues, I will explain, I've explained it in some of my discussions, that I call it the Orange Union, because Nigerians want to be together. But the real issue is, what kind of union? Is it the one that was imposed by these colonial Confucianists that we've been running with for the last so-called 64 years of independence, where we've been running in circles, dribbling ourselves? They're supposed to be teammates. Or is it one that we're going to fashion for ourselves, that we're going to sort of remake in our interest, rather than the one that they left us with to be managing in their interests? So I call it the Orange Union. I think several people have heard me speak about it. You only need, it's really very simple. It's an engineering concept. The orange, nature is a wonderful designer. Sometimes the solutions are just staring you in the face. Look at that orange. In its roundness, its unity, its union. The skin wraps us all, protects the softer inside. But peel the skin. What do you see? You see the segments, each defined in their own space, self-contained, but together, forming the union. Nature's other design, God's other design, is a human hand. Together, is a union, forceful, powerful. But you can't be creative if your fingers are always clenched in a fist, which is what they've left us with. It's just like a club. You're club-handed. But open it up. See the dexterity. Each is capable of doing its own thing. That is the engineering redesign that Nigerians have to engineer for themselves. Instead of running with this dead horse that we've been running with for the last 64 years.
All right. You mentioned going back. Let's try. I want you to give us a small summary of how it will look like going back. By that, I mean go back all the way before the explorers came to Africa.
But
Because
the reality,
most of our people don't know. They don't know that we don't even remember the story of how Africa was, sub-Saharan Africa, before they came. So what was it like?
well, the reality is that the borders are all still there. All the infrastructure of how we were is there. Our languages are still there. Our cultures are still there. Our value systems, scratch beneath all the greed and the corruption. Those value systems, you still find them in their villages, in the remote. Maybe the city people have become more contaminated than the rural people, but they're still there. So as we were contented people. Nature had been kind to us. What were we struggling for? Is it more yams? We had all that we needed. That's why they came. This is what we're going to get our minds around. They came because we had so much. If we had nothing, they wouldn't have come. So it was all there. We didn't need more land because we hadn't exhausted the land that the Almighty had bequeathed to us. The resources had not been exhausted. And because each ethnic group had what it needed to sustain itself, there was no drive like they had in Europe to be conquering each other's land and invading and raping and pillaging. That was their way of life. It was a product of their geography. That's what made them so hard and steely inside, because it was always a struggle for survival. Our way of life was much more in tune with nature. We were not at that point. So the way back is not that distant. All that we have, including the funny wigs that our lawyers wear, is just, you only need to toss it away, have the courage to be yourself. Allow the brain that's been given to us, allow it to function. Release it from captivity. It's a state of arrested development that we're in. And we've lost the confidence because the lazy amongst us, they just want to be cruising and chilling. It's time for the intellectually confident to step forward. That's the way forward.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me quickly get to the period of slavery, the slave trade. We know that the Arabs came more than 1,000 years. They were involved in slave trade through mostly North Africa to East Africa. But the one that the Europeans did, going to the Americas and back to Europe, how did that impact Africa?
Well, yeah, it's a very good question. And it's something that I cover in a slave ship called Jesus, because you see, they sell the narrative that we were enslaving ourselves, that what they brought here was nothing new. It's a gross lie. You see, language, all human language is imperfect. And when you talk about a slave, what do you mean by that? Because the way that they were enslaving themselves, I'll come back to that with with evidence. The way they were enslaving themselves was not the way, if you want to use the word slavery, it wasn't our way. The enslaved, maybe in a conflict between one ethnic group or another, somebody, rather than kill them, they surrender. And you're almost like your domestic servants. It is not the dehumanization of the transatlantic slave trade. That was not our way. Ours, the enslaved, was part of the community, or part of the household. It was not unique, because in Roman times, the enslaved similarly were part of the community. And you read stories of those who have risen to become generals in those Roman societies. What they brought was a new kind of slavery, which was ruthless, it was brutal, it was driven by greed and a desire for maximum profit, whereby people were worked to death, beaten to death. Their lifespan was often 5 to 7 years, because they relied on a resupply and a restocking. This was industrial slavery. In the same way as you're running a factory and you're pouring raw materials in, and you've got your stock of raw materials to fill up when the existing one runs its course. That is what they brought to us. I always explain to people that the imperfection of language is such that my grandfather was a farmer. He just had a hoe. But Montasso, the American farming conglomerate, that's a farmer as well. So when you say there was slavery, what kind of slavery are you talking about? Is it the same? Because some of us are lazy intellectually. We don't dig into the issue. My father with his hoe, yeah, he was a farmer. There's farming and there's farming. There's slavery and there's slavery. Now, here's what a lot of people don't know. When they say that we were selling our own people, as if, where were we keeping these slaves? Where's the buildings where we sort of held them, if that was an established enterprise? Whereas what they did, they brought their own experience, where what they started with was raiding on the coast, kidnapping and sailing off with our peoples who they could kidnap. And where did they get that experience from? They got it from back in the day in Europe, in Britain, because the Vikings who used to raid the coasts of Britain and steal people on the coast and sail off with them and sell them. It was 1066, the Norman invasion of England. That is when William the Conqueror abolished slavery in England. 1066. They were selling their own people. I told an English friend of mine at dinner last night, he was absolutely shocked. He didn't know about it. Yet he had studied Norman history. Do the digging. So we've got to be careful with the narratives. There's a narrative is so powerful. It shapes your identity because it shapes your confidence. And if you swallow the narrative that other people push about you, it will decimate your confidence. That is why I write.
All right, very good. I like that. But let me ask you. So after that period, they now came back to look for because they couldn't take people anymore. They came back to look for minerals and look for other things they could get from the African continent, and that led to the need to basically take land. And in the case of Nigeria, they did what they did in most African countries, which was to get them, most leaders they have there, maybe kings and obas, to sign treaties. And you described in Fatherless People how they did that. There was this fascinating story about Lagos, the Oba of Lagos, and what happened to him, and how they made him sign things. That can you tell the story briefly?
Well, you know, eh, the important thing for people to understand is the close proximity between colonization and abolition of slavery. In one moment, they like us to believe that they had a moral turnaround and realized that slavery was immoral. And the next thing is the immorality of colonization. How does that work? What they did was to use the cover of abolition of slavery, the cleaning up of their mess, when they were now forced to end the evil of slavery and the slave trade. And in the book, I explained that it came from Haiti. It came from the Africans in Haiti and the Africans in America. So now, using the cover of abolition, they now started grabbing territory. So in the case of Kosoko, they'll say that, oh, he's refusing to give up slavery. That's how they're rationalizing the takeover. We got to remove him. And this is how so many of our leaders, so many of our kings, right across the territory, this is what Goldie was doing. You either played his game or you were killed or deposed.
Can you also talk about, because many things came together at the same time. So the British were coming in, and already the Arabs were coming down from North Africa down towards Nigeria, what is called Nigeria today. How did they meet, and how did they interact?
Well, there's a deeper aspect to this thing, which comes through more clearly in the new book that will be out in December. You see, there was a long-standing special relationship between Britain and the Caliphate. And when I say the Caliphate, I'm not talking about the Nigerian Caliphate. I'm talking about the head Caliphate. Back then, it was the Ottomans. It was what we now know as Istanbul, but then was Constantinople. And it was born out of their mutual hatred for the Pope and the Catholics. My enemy's enemy is my friend. And so, in circumstances where you had the divide between Islam on the one hand and Christianity, back then, all were Catholic. So that was the divide. What then happened was that Henry VIII needed his divorce. The Pope refuses him his divorce. And what does he do? I call it the original Brexit. He parachutes out of the Catholic faith and takes his people along with him. And England now becomes Protestant. Now he's the enemy of the Pope and Catholicism. And now there's a unity of interest between Anglican England and the Caliphate in Constantinople, the Ottomans. And it was during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I that the formal alliance was formed between the British and the Caliphate. And that alliance, that special relationship, has continued ever since. So at one level, you'll think that their interests are going to clash, because now all are set on a territorial grab, as empires are being constructed. So the Arabs want some of the action, the Europeans want the action, and Africa is the place that they're converging on. But keep in mind, there's a reason why when the British left, what they did was to empower the local caliphates, as against what you might have expected, empower those who they had Christianized. But this is all part of the geopolitical game. One needs to understand how the game is really played. And sometimes the waters run very, very deep indeed.
All right. Quite fascinating. Let me get back to the issue of how they were able to penetrate most of Nigeria. They used indirect rule
Yeah.
in the northern part of the country. And because it suited their structure, the structure they had when where they are coming from, I believe. But when they came to the south, it was different. And you wrote in the book that they used the seats, they deposed kings. Sometimes they offer them pension, and just because of pensions, they will, give up and write letters and saying we are giving everything. We know that. Did they write those letters that were in the book, or was it just that it was written for them? Did they know what was there, what they were writing?
Well, you see, these were bribes. They'll call it annuity, but these were bribes. They were, so the strategy in the north was different from the approach in the south. That's what I explained in the book, and the reason was simply a product of geography and experience. In the south, it was colonization by stealth, softly, softly. Trade relationships, missionaries, get close to them, identify the sources of power, win their confidence, and then when the time comes, decapitate them and take over. But the physical violence was always the last stage. If they found a ruler, traditional ruler, who was sufficiently compliant, that was great. If they didn't, they'll take their time, build a relationship, and then depose them or remove them. The reason why it was softly, softly in the south was because of the terrain, the forested terrain. You see their attitude in modern wars. They don't like losing their troops. You can understand a body bag is going to go back. And if they had to fight their way into southern Nigeria with the forests, it didn't matter what weaponry advantage they had, it would have been a bush war. And Vietnam, there's a classic example, but they had had the direct experience, I say. They had the direct experience because they had been defeated by the Africans in Haiti when they tried to invade Haiti. They lost 43,000 troops, the British Army. And that's why Haiti was able to declare independence on 1st of January 1804. So with that experience behind them, when it now came to taking over southern Nigeria in the rest of the 1800s, that experience was very much in their minds. They were not going to attack full frontal. The north was different because of the terrain, the savanna, open fields. And so by the time 1884, the Maxim gun had been invented, Berlin Conference. By the way, the 140th anniversary of the opening of the Berlin Conference of 1884 is 15th of November this year. The closing of the conference was 26th of February 1885. So the closing of the conference, where they sat down to decide between themselves that rather than fight how we're going to share this bounty, this territory called Africa, is 26th of February 1885. That's when the conference closed. So by the time the conference closed, the Maxim gun had been invented. And given the rate of firepower in an open field, they knew that conquering the Sokoto Caliphates, the Sokoto Empire, was going to be easy. And it was easy. Sokoto went down within 24 hours. They even had more trouble with the Zulus in southern Africa than they did in northern Nigeria. And so this is the historical background to what then evolved. And as a result, having their strategy was always, it's like boxing. You knock your opponent down, you knock him out, you pick him up afterwards. And they'll conquer the Boers and then pick them up and adopt them as their partners on the ground. They conquer the Fulani and then pick them up and adopt them as their partners on the ground. This is how the imperial game was played.
I found it fascinating when it came to the Yoruba land, how they watched the different ethnic, different tribes. Is you call them tribes? 21 tribes.
Those are the tribes proper.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised actually, and then they watched them fight the Great Yoruba War, and at the end, they now went in and took control. It isn't that wonderful, you know.
Well, you put it mildly when you say watch them fight. It's like America is watching Russia and Ukraine fight. It's a proxy war. It wasn't just fighting. They were supplying the weapons. They were supplying the weapons to both sides. Again, it was driven by the experience in Haiti that we're not going to fight our way in to Yoruba land. What was going to be done, you supply weapons, proxy wars. Just the other day, 23rd of September, is when we Yoruba peoples were celebrating the Yoruba National Day. That 23rd of September, the day comes from the peace treaty that was signed on that day, brokered by the British. But before anybody starts clapping enthusiastically to say, there you are, it was brokered by them at the point when they say, okay, we're ready to take over. They had allowed the fighting to continue. They had supplied the weaponry. 16-year-long civil war. That's why you don't find the equivalent of Yoruba, the equivalent of the Zulu War against the British. Remember, there were 2 rounds of that Zulu War. Mm-hmm. You don't find the equivalent as far as Yoruba land is concerned, because they knew that at that point we were fairly well armed and that they were not going to fight their way in. And it was done by proxy war. In fact, there was one letter where Alaafin wrote to the Queen, obviously via Downing Street, and Alaafin pleading for British intervention to end this war that had been going on. At that stage, it had been going on for something like 14 years. And the response that came back was, let them fight a little bit longer. And so that's why it was a cakewalk to pick up the Oyo Empire. I mean, and they spin the narrative. This is what I talk about narrative. They spin the narrative that the Yorubas don't fight. Yet it was the Yoruba army that they used in the conquest of Sokoto, Yoruba and Hausa, that they used in the conquest of Sokoto. So my people, what I say is this: we've parked our brains for too long. We really need to, that engine, powerful engine, we need to start it up.
Now, let me ask you about Benin Kingdom. They fought them. They fought the British. How did that turn out?
Yeah, what the British did, again, it was all parts of, this was the closing stages when they're building the empire, the late 1880s, 1890s. They develop the relationship first, softly. So they're going in, they're letting, hiding their intent, hiding their weaponry. And on that particular occasion, they decided off their own back that they're going to go and visit the Oba of Benin. The Oba sends instructions saying there's a serious festival taking place, a religious festival, doesn't allow strangers and foreigners into the land. They ignored that and decided to try and sneak their way in, hiding their weaponry. And the first group of them were wiped out. And of course, when that happens, you've provoked the attack. That's what they were saying. You've provoked the attack. And so what they did They sent in the British Navy, in fact, sent in from South Africa, where they had been facing the Zulus, sent them in. And of course, the imbalance of weaponry is such that, again, by that time you got Maxim gun. The imbalance of weaponry is such that the people of Benin didn't really stand a chance. But this is the true story that our people really now need to. We've been, not because we didn't want to know, but because they didn't want us to know. So these things were never taught, whether by them, and you can understand that. Why are they going to teach it? They're going to sell you the narrative that, you guys were killing yourselves and eating yourselves. You're all cannibals and killing yourself at every opportunity. Somebody just wakes up and doesn't like the look of you and just kill you. That's how you were living. And then we came along and we're going to civilize you. Yeah. And I remind our people that so many more have died since they came to civilize us than we're dying, but through anything that our peoples were doing.
Now, when they got to the east, it was a different approach. Can you tell us what happened in the
Again,
approach?
in the east, the attack on the Aruchuku was, I think it was 1902. Again, it was similar. They because the Igbos were not coastal peoples. It was the coastal peoples who got the first kiss from these sea-bound people, and so that's where the interaction was coming from. And then it was 1902 that they were now ready to take on the Aruchuku kingdom. Again, the narrative that was used was they are indulging in slavery and they refused to give it up. And that was the cover story that they used to now attack Igbo land. And following the attack, because Igbo land is structured differently, in the sense that they didn't have their kings and the obas, the equivalent of the sultans that they found in the north, because that's the structure that they like. There's a top-down structure. You control the top, and therefore you control the bottom. With the Igbo governance structure being much more democratic with a small d, such that it was flatter. They then proceed to create warrant chiefs, right, left, and center. There's a warrant chief. Is a warrant that's issued, making the person a chief. That's what makes them a chief, a warrant chief. And those ones start behaving as if they are chiefs. We still have some of the jokers today, not just in the East, right across the board, plain chiefs, plain leaders, plain monarchs. Every part of the country, what you're observing is a masquerade. All those occupants of this office or that royal office, etc., they've been hollowed out because those who were kings back then, those who were leaders back then, were the warriors who fought for their people. Now they're the managers who stand against their people. That was as a result of the re-engineering of everything across the Nigerian state.
All right. Before we get to today's Nigeria, I want us to maybe touch on how it shaped, how the British shaped what we see now. Let's look at, so they had the governor generals when they unified the country, North and Southern protectorates, and they had Lugard was the first governor general. Then the idea of North and South, how did it come about? Because most of our people don't know how it came about, that it was intentional to pitch one against the other. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, very intentional. And the new book makes this a lot clearer, because the new book is again the story of Nigeria from the beginning up until now, but using a different lens. Fatherless used a narrow lens, so it's focusing on the events on the ground in Nigeria and the characters, the personalities on the ground. This new one, Culprit, uses a wider lens. And with a wider lens, you are seeing the making of Nigeria by those out here who made it. And so, coming to your question about the North and South, this is how it was made. And it was deliberate. You see, the Royal Niger Company, led by Goldie, was signing these treaties of protection with started working from the coast and working its way up. And those are the Christianized parts of Nigeria as we know it today, right up to the Middle Belt. So wherever the government was going, the missionaries were following them. And so that's how you find the Christianized parts of the Middle Belt, etc., or those Adamawa areas. Now, the British experience was that governance, when you have aliens governing a land, you need division. And the ultimate division is religious. So they needed an Islamic element, which they didn't have up to that point. Royal Niger Company, these are their people, they're Christians, etc. The missionaries that they brought in is all Christians. So it's building up. But the main character in the new book is a chap called Joseph Chamberlain. He was the father of Neville Chamberlain, the prime minister at the time of the Second World War. He focused these sites on the Sokoto Caliphate, the Sokoto Empire as it existed. Now, if you go, those of you at home, you pull up the map of West Africa, what you will see is that Nigeria stands taller than the neighboring countries like Republic of Benin. You go across to Ghana, you go across to Togo, and on the other side, you go to Cameroon. It's that rooftop area. That area is the area that Joseph Chamberlain went out of his way at the threat of war against the French to seize and to bring into the Nigeria that they were making. And the treaty that they signed with the French, because the French were saying, this is our area. That area was supposed to be part of Niger, French Niger. But because Chamberlain was determined to have that Islamic mix, Islamic Christian mix, in order to create the, if you like, the permanent indigestion that will mean that we will all be looking to the British. That's at the threat of war with the French. And how he secured that was a treaty of 14th of June, 1898, whereby the French agreed to surrender their claim for that area in return for the transfer of Madagascar. So the British released all their interests in faraway Madagascar. And Madagascar is bigger than Britain. Released their interests in Madagascar in order to get that extra slice. And that's this area represented by Sokoto, Zamfara, Kano, Yobe, Bono, right across there. That is the penthouse that Chamberlain insisted upon in order to make Nigeria as he wanted it. That's how you created your north-south divide. Because without that area, what they had was a Christian pagan Nigeria. But with their experience from India, where Hindus and Muslims had been at each other's throats. So it was a deliberate move to import and embed that conflict. This is what we've been told.
Wow. Now there is this guy, Sir Bernard Baudouin, who was Governor General from 1935 to 40. What role did he play? Because most of us know the street's name, but we didn't know, most people do not know who he
Yes,
was.
all you rich boys, you all know Budilon, don't you? Yeah, you know
I
very
mean,
well. But
the only thing I know about that is that that's where our president used to live.
indeed, indeed. And when you remember that name, after this program, you understand that that's the root of the poison that they poured into the Nigeria space. So I've explained the North-South, the Christian Muslim divide. Now, Bodilong went further because this was in preparation now for departure because they didn't want to leave. It's very important. You read the books, you understand the real reason for decolonization. They did not want to leave. So, but they needed to make sure that the keys were handed over to their chosen ones, which was the caliphate. And the only way to secure that was to make sure that there was division in southern Nigeria. So the southern Nigeria, as I said before, the Madagascar swap, southern Nigeria, the southern parts, they had unified only in 1906. They unified Yoruba land. That was called the Lagos colony. It was the island plus the Yoruba mainland. That was the Lagos colony. 1906, they merged that with the southern Nigeria, the east. And then by 1939, Budilong, unilaterally, without consultation with anybody, there had been no conflicts between east and west in the south, now partitioned southern Nigeria. And this was the genesis of this legacy that we have today, where Igbos and Yoruba youth who don't understand what they're talking about are scratching each other's eyes out, not failing to understand that this is precisely what Budilong, on behalf of the British, wanted to engineer, such that there'll be no unity in the South that would allow their chosen ones in the North to forever rule. That is the simple, straightforward explanation of what happened on April Fool's Day, 1939. that's when he partitioned it. He's telling you that you guys are idiots. And some of our people are saying, yeah, I'm a happy idiot. That's why I wrote Ostrich Nation. We behave like ostriches. We bury our heads in the sand. We must raise our heads. We must seek knowledge and seek understanding, because every problem can be solved once you understand it. But we have not pursued understanding. We get emotional. You can't afford to be emotional in the game of development. The countries that are really grown up, they look at the world as it is, not as they wish it to be. We need to open our eyes more and really take on the challenges.
Now, let's get to look at time. I'm worried. Let's get to the people who fought for independence. How were they used? Did they know that they were being used by the Europeans, the British?
Um, some knew that they were being used because they're always weak ones amongst us. Even today, you see it. The Yorubas are not physically there, but there are still those who like the easy life. They want the easy money. They want the praise and glory, and they lend themselves for use. What's again, as part of the agenda of making sure that when they passed the ball, when the Americans were the ones who forced the British to let go to the extent that they let go. They haven't let go completely, as I make clear in the new book, but to the extent that they were letting go, they wanted to hand over to their chosen ones. They called it partnership. And in order to achieve that, they had to work through some of the Nigerian political actors. And those ones unfortunately, some of them were vulnerable. And the main one that I identify in A Fatherless People is the great Azikwe himself. Brilliant mind, academically. Everything was going fine. And this story comes from his own autobiography. So you can go and verify it there. He then falls on hard times in America when he's trying to get a job back in colonial Nigeria. The problem is he's read the most dangerous subjects. He read political science. And this is colonial Nigeria preparing to pack their bags in principle. And he read that subject in the first rebel country, the United States of America. He himself said the scar of 1776 was written across his forehead that he came to realize. And they blocked all his job opportunities. They left him in a situation of desperation. That's when he became vulnerable and exposed. That's when they took hold of him. And he, in the book again, he says he made a resolution that from this point on, he's just going to enjoy life. And this was what they were able to exploit. But he was not the only one. He was not the only one at all. In the new book, there is, I tell the story of a lawyer, H.O. Davis, one of the nationalists, as a book that he wrote before independence. He wrote it, it was at Harvard, 1959. That new book, that book that he wrote, Nigeria, The Prospects for Democracy. A title with real portent. The Prospects for Democracy. Writing in 1959, Harvard, which said that the tendency was for the parliamentary system to be withdrawn by military intervention. And after a period of military intervention, to switch over to the presidential system, because the presidential system was more suitable for newly independent countries emerging from colonial rule. What happened in Nigeria?
Wow. So was that book published?
Yes, of course it was published. And in fact, the credit goes to his son, a good friend of mine, Tumi, who brought the book to me and said, with families say, only you can decipher what this book is saying. So I read it, and there it was. it was all laid out there. So this is why, when you ask, going back to your opening question, what is the way forward? With this new that's coming out, it'll be released on the 7th of December. We will now understand two fundamental things. We did not make Nigeria. Secondly, we the people, have never made any of Nigeria's constitutions. In fact, Nigerians really weren't involved. Whether it's the Independence Constitution, whether it's the 1979, contrary to all the lawyers there, F.R.A. Williams and all the rest of that, contrary to that, it wasn't your doing. 1999 Constitution, that was the ultimate 419 exercise. That you now see that as Davis's book, H.O. Davis's book, it was all pre-scheduled, pre-planned, orchestrated, and you've just been dancing the jig that somebody had scripted for you. So now is the time, now that we would know, now that the story will be out, is now time for us, the thinkers, to now reshape Nigeria. As I said, the fingers, we want to be together, but you can't be creative if your hand is always like this. We've got to, it just requires the appliance of science, creative thinking to open it up. Still a hand, still together, but now each with their flexibility can do their own thing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about Ahmadu Bello and the role he played and how he was used too
Yeah.
by the British?
Well, Amadu Bello actually, in fairness to him, he didn't want anything to do with southern Nigeria. He did not want one Nigeria. He was not a one Nigerianist. He was content with what the caliphates had got for themselves in northern Nigeria. He actually didn't want to go into politics. It was the British, the then Lieutenant Governor of northern Nigeria, Brian Sherwood Smith, was the one who pushed Sadana into politics because Sadana only wanted to be the Sultan. But Sherwood Smith, because the British, after the conquest of the Sokoto Empire, it had become the British Empire in Sokoto. So they were the one allocating the roles. And Sherwood Smith blocked him from being Sultan. And as I said in the book, the actual Sultan, who was his cousin, ended up living a long life. And because Ahmadu Bello had been pushed into the politics, he ended up being killed and living a short life. No doing of his own. But as a new book makes clear, he was taken out deliberately as part of the process of re-engineering the Sokoto Caliphate, which process had started in 1906. The British, via Lugard, were shifting the seat of the Caliphate from Sokoto to Katsina. This is why now the major players you find, the El Rufais, the Buharis, etc., the Hassan Katsina, who was the governor of northern Nigeria. It's all the Katsina axis. This was all part of the new British Caliphate. So Sadana had served his purpose in terms of being the political figurehead around which the British were able to rally the North in terms of taking the baton. But he, having been used thus far, was now disposed of and dispensable. And such that the coup that's blamed on the Igbos, again, it's all narrative. Says an Igbo coup. Well, read the books and you see the evidence that it was no such thing. It didn't just happen, as H.O. Davis's book helped me to understand that all that unfolded had been long foreseen and indeed planned.
What about Obafemi Awolowo? Where was he in terms of understanding the British plan, especially with southern Nigeria?
Yeah, he was the closest to understanding them. He understood. They didn't like him. They didn't like him at all, simply because they knew that he knew their game and could not be trusted with power because their plan was to hand over without handing over. So the last person you're going to give it to is our law. So you will strategize to block him from power. And then what they did was to go further, because he, having been locked up on false treason charges, in order to enable the pulling of the plug on the first outing in independence, the declaration of the state of emergency on the 29th of May 1962, to pull the plug out of the government of the Western region. And it was that chaos, it was the crisis in the Western region, the virtual civil war in the Western region, that was the backdrop to the coup. My Yoruba people, I tell them directly that how did the Wetie end? it was the coup that you say is the Igbo coup that ended Wetia, the virtual civil war in Yoruba land. And Awolowo was imprisoned. Him and Enahoro were in jail. So that's how they were not eliminated, assuming it was the plan to eliminate him. I don't think it was. When I analyzed the whole, I don't think it was. But what they then did, the Biafra War then happens on the back of that as part of this process of transitioning from the parliamentary system to the presidential system. Now, during the war, they have got an eye on post-war planning. They're not going to, they've got to rope Awolowo into they've got to get the Yorubas against the Igbos. So initially, at the outbreak of the war, it was North versus East fights. The Yorubas were not involved, but they needed to be dragged in onto the federal side to make sure that the Southern Alliance is not rebuilt post-war. And to make sure of that, Awolowo is part in the Ministry of Finance. Enahoro, the Edo man, is part in the Ministry of Information. Both of them are having to defend the war, the federal war against Biafra. And then policies like starvation, blockade are deployed in this war against Biafra. But as the new book explains, the narrative that it was our Lord, the wicked fellow who did it, is all exposed in the new book. We now know where the precedent came from, and I identify exactly where the precedents were taken from that were then used. But these ones haven't been parked in these ministries. You've got to do your job, as it were.
All right. Just to announce that for our viewers who may want to join us to be able to have an interaction with our guests, we open it up in a few minutes, but we want to get to the present moment. So the military came in, and you mentioned that there were 3 military officers who were responsible for the structure, the country that we have now. You mentioned Obasanjo, Abacha, and I think Babangida. They were the 3 that played a role in what we have today. What did they do?
Well, they were like all of these actors. They've been puppets in a big pantomime exercise. They themselves do not understand the role that they were playing. It's almost like an actor. You get your script, but you don't understand the person who wrote the play is not the one that the people are seeing. You're just seeing the actor. So in, I think it was the book, in actual fact, it was the first book, The Law, the Lawyers and the Lawless, that I first highlighted how Obasanjo was brought back to power. He had been military ruler in 1976 following the assassination of Murtala Muhammad. And then we roll forward in this Nigeria movie. You roll forward to the June 12th crisis. You have the standoff between Abacha of the North and Abiola in the South, in circumstances where Abiola had won that election and then the North veto it. And Abacha is looking to succeed himself. All the 5 political parties he's approved, he's got them to nominate him as their sole candidate. So they're looking to convert him from military ruler to a civilian ruler. And when I say they, I mean America, Britain. That's who I mean by they. They're testing the waters. They had done it with Jerry Rawlings in Ghana. They had done it with Museveni in Uganda. He's still there. And they were sampling the waters, whether they could get away with it as far as Abacha was concerned. Now, when it got to the point where it couldn't fly, what they did, and it was the Americans, they took out both of them, Abiola and Abacha. Took them out within a month of each other. But who were they grooming to bring in to fill the void, to hold the stage? It was Obasanjo they were bringing in. And that's how he came in 1999. And so this is what I mean by when I say that we appear to have been in control, but all these actors, they were just run into a script. Think back to that H.O. Davis's book, where it said it. Withdraw the parliamentary system, either by one-party rule or military intervention, and then come back with a presidential system. And that is precisely how it played out.
Before we go further, I want to take you back to the first coup that was essentially planned in Ibadan by Ifajuna and group. What do you know about that coup, the planning, and why some people are saying that if they hadn't succeeded, that there was another one coup that was said to happen in July that actually happened later on. What do you know about the first coup in terms of the planning and what was the goal?
Well, first of all, I wasn't part of the planning, but on the basis, just want to reassure your viewers, but on the basis of my research and the evidence that's come through, it is this, that you see, we lose sight of the fact that the head of the army, head of the Nigerian army, on day one of independence, that'll be 2nd of October, or was it 1st of October? We'll choose whichever. 1st of October, 1960. Day one, the head of the Nigerian army was a British guy. He was a British major general. And even when his term of office came to an end in 1962, he was replaced by another British major general. That one's name is Welby Everard. That one was head of the Nigerian army until February 1965. So all the players in that coup were under this British Major General. He then leaves the stage 11 months before that first coup. And interestingly, all the coup plotters were the first set of graduates in the Nigerian army. Somebody didn't want those graduates in the Nigerian army because they all ended up being eliminated. Even the one that wasn't involved, according to all the material that I've read. Victor Banjo, he has graduates in mechanical engineering. Brilliant mind. Wasn't involved, but rope him in. And they get imprisoned in the East. Somebody knows what's going to happen next. Because, of course, under the cover of war, one way or the other, they all get eliminated one by one. And then even Ojukwu, the war happens. The way he exits, you know, I hear some people say, oh, he ran away. Yeah, the cowards, he ran away. Even his exit was staged. It was in the book from Harold Wilson, was the British Prime Minister during the war. In the new book, the chapter dealing with the Biafra War is titled Harold Wilson's War, because it was his war. He was the one that got them to scrap the Aburi Accord. He was the one who
What
took.
got them? What do you mean by them? Who are the them?
Oh, the Aburi Accord.
I know they are great. Who are
Yeah.
the them that he got to? You mean go on?
Yes, yes, yes,
Was
yes.
it go
When
on?
Gowon came
Yeah,
back
yeah. Mhm.
after the Aburi Accord, the agreement that had been brokered, when the Africans were left to themselves, they all saw sense and agreed, return to the status quo ante, no war. Everybody shook hands, they drank champagne, everybody went home. Gowon gets back home, all of a sudden, the deal is off. And the next stage is war. It's like
Why,
the equivalent of the Minsk agreement between
why
the
would the
Russians.
British? Sorry, why would the British want that to be the case? They wanted it.
Should I say you got to read the new book? It's all there.
All right. That's good.
So I should give it to you briefly.
Mm.
Uh, Britain was broke. Britain was broke. Harold Wilson's Labour government that came in 1964 was financially desperate. War, you make money, especially if you're supplying all the weaponry. Yeah. And the actual way that uh, Ojukwu left Wilson, the beauty uh, of living in the West and their approach to history is that they write everything down. It's there for us to discover. He wrote it in his memoirs that it told Gowon. Gowon is still alive. Yeah.
And he's in
He
London.
told,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
there.
send this to him.
He lives there now.
Yeah, well, send it to him. That Dele Ogun said Harold Wilson wrote in his memoirs that he told you, Gowon, that in the event of victory, allow the colonel to slip through your fingers to safety abroad. That is what is in Wilson's memoirs. And over to you, General Gowon. True or false? Let's hear it from you.
Don't worry.
So the whole thing was scripted. We Nigerians have been played against each other. You know, I'm not anti any group of Nigerians, whether north, south, east, or west. I'm pro our people, and I'm very much pro a new way forward, which we engineer for ourselves. As I keep returning to the Union of the Orange, where each ethnic group will have its own space, but not too small to have your own space within the new union. No more of these artificial states. And in fact, I hear talk that they want to go back to regionalism. They want to go back to the 1963 constitution. Wasn't the 1963 constitution that got us where we are? When the center simply said, oh, we're declaring a state of emergency in the Western region. And that led to Wettier, the Civil War, etc. You know what? You want to be taking us round in circles, round and round, until we're dizzy. Is that the plan? No. The new generation has a greater vision for our people.
Now, hold on. Let me go back because now that you're saying this, the way it happened in Nigeria, if you look at Congo, which had that experience with the Belgians and what they did to Lumumba, where Lumumba was not like any of our leaders during independence. Uh, Probably that was a factor in how our own leaders were reacting to the British. Do you think so?
Not really, in the sense that because the plan was to let go without letting go. So they were choosing, and they're very good. It's like an interview. You go, you're running a business and candidates come. And what are you doing? You're assessing them for their suitability for the role that you have for them. And if you have the ones who are independent in thought and are truly on the side of their people, you're going to reject those candidates. You're going to block them, or you're going to eliminate them. just a tough game. Then you're going to have the other ones who would just be so grateful that you're making them commander in chief. They said, okay, which way do you want me to go? And they'll be so great because I couldn't get there on their own merits. We see a lot of it, even in modern politics. Those, I say, those whose ambition outstrips their ability, they will say anything, they'll do anything in order to get into those positions that they could not get to on their own merits. And so, therefore, the name of the game, and you've got to give credit to these European powers, they're drawing on years of experience. They know what they're looking for. So, therefore, the kind who are going to be allowed in, it's no accident. Each time they call you out for elections, my Nigerian people, it's one bad candidate or another bad candidate, all of them defective. And they say, okay, hold your nose and choose one of the three. Always bad options. When you know that good people, good Nigerians are there, but they can't get through because that's how the system has been configured to always, it's like programming. The new generation, they talk about software engineering, programming. You program it. And once you've written a program, it produces the same outcome every single time.
Yeah, you mentioned that when they did the amalgamation, and after that, that they decided that they should use the operating system used in the north. That's how you described it,
That's right.
to run the country instead of the one that was. Now that you're talking about not going back to the regions, but where do you go to the 317 ethnic groups will begin the journey, independent of anybody else? How would you structure it?
Well, I mean, the structure is natural because A, the territories are there. Everybody knows the area of their ethnic groups. They know. And allowing uh, self-governance on that basis, rather than using a Berlin strategy to cut those ethnic groups and join one piece with somebody with another group somewhere else whose cultures and languages you don't share. Now, obviously, there will have to be some support networks, at least on a transitional period. And this is why there will still be the union. There will be support on a transitional basis because the resources are not evenly distributed that we've become accustomed to. And if somebody has been living on drugs all their lives, and you now say you're going to switch it off, you're going to have a crisis. So it's just the appliance of science and intelligence to say that you've got to adjust things in order that everybody can coexist and breathe again. And so as I say, the building blocks, the ethnic groups are there. Some ethnic groups are bigger than others. Just like the fingers of the hand are not the same. The thumb is bigger than the little finger. That's understandable. But the load that the thumb can carry, again, is different from the one that the little finger. So smaller ethnic groups may not be able to carry all the responsibilities as if they were big. So you make adjustments for that. That's the mutual support systems. So it is not as difficult as imagined, but far better than these artificial states. Because when these local agents of the Western powers were drawing up the first 12 states and then the 19 states and now the 36 states, if you look at it very carefully, you'll see that the approach that they took was to draw the lines as if they were at the Berlin Conference. So ethnic groups were cut off in order to make sure they won't be able to find consensus to hold them accountable. What we have now, in actual fact, as I make clear in the new book, is not even a presidential system. You know what it is? It is an imperial system. It's an imperial system because the man at the top There's nothing to hold him accountable. He speaks when he chooses to speak. Goes off on holiday when he chooses to go off on holiday.
And where he chooses to go.
And where he chooses. And you think it's a presidential system? Hell no. They actually used the Buhari period. This is what I explained in the new book. They used the Buhari period, the 2 terms that he had, to move it from a presidential system with some degree of accountability to an imperial system. So if you remember how long he took to appoint his ministers, he was running the country single-handedly for 6 months. And when he removed the toothpick, that's when he decided that, okay, let me bring some people in as president, because they say as ministers, because they say I must have ministers. We're back to, and this is how I conclude the new book. We're back to Lugard's rule.
Now, there's someone you didn't mention in this conversation today, General Aguirre. A lot of people blame him for the structure we have in place today, which is a unitary system. Did he do that?
Yeah, it's completely misplaced. Again, it's all dealing with surface level narrative, what our eyes can see, which is the simple version, as opposed to what you can't see, and then plugging the two together. The clue, as I explained in Fatherless, Ironsi was not his name. That was from his nickname. I asked my wife, who people know is an Igbo woman. I said, what does Ironsi mean in the Igbo language? She said, no, nothing. There's no such word. I said, what? This is when I was writing Fatherless. Because I had a suspicion. And the reason I had a suspicion was that his nickname was Ironside. Now, because I love history, I'd read about the first military ruler of Britain, Oliver Cromwell. And I knew that his nickname was Ironside. And I said, what a strange coincidence. The first military ruler of Britain, after the parliament was dismantled, his nickname was Old Ironside. And the first military ruler of Nigeria, after the parliamentary system was withdrawn, his nickname was Ironside. Now somebody is playing with me. Somebody's trying to dribble me. And going back to my football analogy, I was never easy to dribble. Never. Eye on the ball every single step of the way. And so I could see that this Ironsi came from Ironside. It was just too coincidental. And people swore blind. No. His father's name was just Agui. So where did the Ironsi come from? And then as regards, he abolished the regions. He introduced unitary system. Decree 34. I said, what are you saying? Think about it. Military rule is by definition unitary. You don't have regional unitary, regional military government. Once the army take over like that, it's command and obey. You're back to Lugard. It's top down. You're not saying that you're exercising self-determination as a military governor of this region. You're just administrator. And so the unitary system came in on, as soon as that first coup held, it came in then. It wasn't Decree 34. Decree 34 was just, as I say very clearly in the new book, it was the hook on which to hang the pogroms of 1966 against the Igbos. First one, 29th of May. Second one, 29th of July, third one, 29th of September. And as I explained in Fabulous, the roots of that 29th, which is the day of the Caliphate. So you could see it was all programmed. And it was actually Gowon's decree in 1967, where he created the 12 states. Anybody who reads that decree, don't rely on beer parlor gist. Always go and do the reading. Check the wording yourself. That decree Gowon brought in, I think it was Decree 12. That was the one that abolished the regions and said, for the regions, you substitute the states. It had, in natural fact, already gone by virtue of military rule, but the formal end was Gowon's decree of 1967. It wasn't Iranti at all.
We are getting to the point where we bring in our audience members. A lot of people are interested in joining us. But before we move, let me ask you about a slave ship called Jesus. It's actually, there was a ship called Jesus.
It sure
And,
was.
and but I want to look at it the way when I saw that and I read up on that, I wanted to think about it more than just a sheep, real sheep. I want to think about it like the role of religion in Africa and how it has enslaved Africans, both the Islamic and the Christian religion. How do you look at that? You know, religion in Africa, especially foreign one.
Well, you actually captured what the book is about. It's not about the ship. I have no great interest in ships. It was more about Christianity and slavery and the slave trade. Because I was raised as a Christian, and I read those Bible stories, and I was struggling in my mind to say how such an evil trade, such an evil practice of slavery, how do they name a ship the Jesus of Lubeck? How do they use a sacred name in an evil enterprise? Especially when you consider that the owner of the ship, the Jesus of Lubeck, was the head, the head of the Church of England, Queen Elizabeth I. This was her contribution to the joint venture with the guy who, Sir John Hawkins, who initiated the British participation in the transatlantic slave trade. That was her contribution to the venture. You're the head of the church. And the ship, of all the ships that you've got, the one you're saying, here's the one we should use. It's the Jesus of Lubeck. And it was not the only one. And then you've also, in the course of the research, you're finding that the church had its own slave plantations in the Caribbean, and that their own enslaved were branded with the hot iron brands. And you're struggling to say, well, how do we reconcile this with what we're told about Christianity? And we find Islam, same thing. How do you reconcile it? The evil of this thing. And to say that my God is a merciful God and is a God of peace and all the rest of that. So the book really interrogates the issues and shows how the trade was actually conducted under license from the popes, express license. And then you then move forward to say, okay, what about Africa now? because this is part of what I said at the beginning, what was imported into our senses, Christianity and Islam. And to do that, they had to dig up our own faith systems, detach us from our belief systems that had created that blessed land to which they were drawn by the resources that we had. And it's left us in a state of complete confusion, such that we've been induced to swallow information without chewing on it, because that's the whole religious construct. Believe, believe, believe. So we've put belief at the head of reason. And even things that don't make sense, we believe it because so-and-so said it. Where people rely on hearsay, gossip. So was it just this week I was reading about the one they call the general overseer. By the way, that's language from the slave trade, the general overseer of the plantation. See, it is a plantation. Nigeria is a plantation. And this is the general overseer. And he was talking about tithing, that he said he got it wrong when he said that anybody who doesn't pay tithe won't get to heaven. Who told you that? Where'd you get that from? But because we've been groomed as a people to listen and obey, this is how our thought process has been disturbed. I call it a state of arrested development, where we don't question. I use the analogy of rice. We eat our rice as if it's pounded jam. We don't chew it. And rice are the grains of knowledge, the grains of information. And what you're supposed to do is chew it before you swallow. But we treat it like ever. Just pour the whole thing and swallow it. We have to stop and think, because the greatest gift that our Creator, God, whatever you call him, gave us was the power of reason. That's what distinguishes us from the animals. But we've been reduced to an animal existence because we don't, especially as somebody in authority, you just don't want to question them. You just accept it. That's not the way. That's not what you were sent to the earth to do with your thinking power. You're supposed to exercise it, use it critically. Even what I'm saying, you're supposed to question it, challenge it, test it. Doesn't matter who's saying it. That's the damage that these imported faith systems have done to us. And it's serious mental damage. And both of them, without exception.
Can we get away from the colonial damage without dropping the imported religion? Is it possible?
I think you can, because not all Christians and not all Muslims are zombies. It's just that too many of us become zombies. Yeah, I know Christians and I know Muslims who are critical thinkers, and that's how their faith is not actually static. If you really understand these faiths, there's one big book on my shelf about the triumph of Christendom. And it takes you through the evolution of the faith. Things that they believe then that they don't believe again. They sort of reevaluate. And likewise Islam as well. As it's practiced properly, faith does not shut out reason. Reason reinforces faith, because it's a distillation process. You filter, and then what is left you have faith in with conviction, which is very different from Alufah said it, General Overseer said it, and so therefore no need to question. You must question.
All right. you have to promise me right here that you come back when the new book is out, because I have like 30 questions. I haven't even looked at any of them, but the conversation will continue. Let me bring in our main audience to join us in this conversation. Please, when I bring you on, just ask one question as much as possible. Go straight to the question. I know it's difficult for our people, but you can say hello before you go in. But please, so that we can get as many people as possible. Our back end is full, and we have a lot of people writing and commenting. All right, let me start with you, Mr. Shaw. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening, Mr. Dele Ogun. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. I've listened to the fatherless people, and thank you for doing the audio yourself. It's quite different to hear, someone read the book themselves. Every time you spoke, as Awolowo, as Ikwe, the accent changed a little bit, and I quite enjoyed that. Quite unique. The question I have is quite selfish. Anytime we have an author, I always ask them, if you're ever left with the choice of two books for the rest of your life, you couldn't read any other book, two books only, what books would they be?
Wow. Can you see the collection behind me?
That's why I ask. So for you to pick any two, I'll be interested to know those two.
Oh my goodness! I mean, they are 600 books behind me, and you're saying choose two just like that. Oh well.
I can give you time while you answer other people's question. I'll be watching in the background.
Okay, I'll try and
Yep.
I'll try.
Please, Rudolph, remind them so that I don't have to come back and remind them. All right, then.
I'll remind
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, I'll come back to it.
All right. On politics.
Rudolph, if this is a way for you to get me to be loyal to you, you won. Okay, you won. I'm loyal. Okay, you did it. Yeah, you won. So our guest, I don't know. If there's just like a show, if there's any book out there that is responsible for me speaking Igbo, is a book called The Fatherless People by Dele Ogun. For so many reasons, that book made me to maybe understand why a Christian would say I'm born again. Cause that book sent me to the rabbit hole, sent me back to school. But in this case, just like the way the British use the Bible as a curriculum to educate our brothers in Sierra Leone in order to get us, your book is actually my syllabus to get to every other book I'm actually reading today. So thank you. I mean, I think I will put after things fall apart, it should be followed by the fatherless people, as far as I'm concerned. It changed everything for me. So one question, two questions as the Rudolph will say. Tell us more about Aminu Kano. But then the main question now is, at what point did the CIA or America, quote unquote, take over, if anything like that happens, the control of the Nigerian state? Well, I asked that because of the story of the biography of Nnamdi Azikiwe, which actually introduced, in terms of political wise from there, or is it the introduction of the Decree 13 that you just alluded to by Gowon, or is it, the coming of Obasanjo in 70s by bringing pretty much the current constitution we are having. So if there's any point, at what point did this America took over? Because pretty much it took over the leadership of the world after the Second World War, including Britain itself. So at one point, if they are still involved at all, at one point they take over, and that's what I want. More about Aminu Kano. What makes him different from the others?
The exciting question is the second one. When did the Americans take over? I'll explain it very briefly. It started at the end of the Second World War. In fact, not at the end. The starting was, let me give you the date. It was 1941. Why do I say that? That was when Churchill was trying to get the Americans to join the Second World War. The Germans were winning that war at that point. France had been overrun. Poland and the Battle of Britain was underway. The Blitz was underway. And the Churchill was desperate to get the Americans and the Russians into the war. And Churchill's mother is American. And so he played to his American side. And the new book, if you love the Fabulous, this one will trip you. I call Fabulous the first degree in Nigerian history. The new one, Culprit, is your master's degree in Nigerian history. Now, not to deviate, Churchill, first of all, arranges for the King of England, that is Edward VIII. He arranges for him to visit America. What's the significance of that? No reigning British sovereign had stepped foot in America prior to then, since American broke away in 1776. But the desperation to get American in meant that they put aside that protocol. They were now humbling themselves to their former colony. We need you. So they broke the protocol, and off went the king. Secondly, Churchill himself went across to meet Roosevelt, to beg him to come into the war. Roosevelt said to him directly, and I mentioned this bit in Fabulous, we saved you First World War. I'm not sending young Americans to go and die to save the British Empire. The empire has to go. That was the deal that was done, and that was reflected in the Atlantic Charter that was signed in August 1941. That's why I pinpoint that date. It was 1941. August 1941 was the Atlantic. That was America's commitment to come into the war. Pearl Harbor was just a cover. Pearl Harbor was like Decree 34. When I say Decree 34 was used to hang the pogroms against the Igbos, Pearl Harbor, because the commitment had already been made, the deal had already been done. The price for us coming into the war is the empire has to go. Now, as I explained in Fabulous, the reason why decolonization and our independence doesn't date to the 40s was because Roosevelt died 2 weeks before the end of the war. So Churchill was able to swing American attention to the Cold War and away from decolonization. It was only brought back to decolonization because of a fallout, again, over Vietnam, because the British refused to go into the war against communists, the communists in what was then French Indochina. And Eisenhower ended up having to go in alone. But the price he now demanded was that agenda of decolonization put back on the table. So that was the background to the Suez Crisis, 1956, when the British and the French were effectively forced out of Suez by the Americans. And Ghana's independence came in 1957. So that's when it was back on the agenda. So that was the handover, effectively, between Britain and America. America was now, the Brits were vulnerable at that point, in the sense that they were still trying to recover from the Second World War. They were broke. They were living on American aid, the Marshall Plan. And so when the British initially tried to hold out and resist, the Americans, if they don't confess to it, said, well, we'll squeeze your balls financially. And that created a financial crisis in Britain, the threat of devaluation. And the British then had to let go. So it was against that background that Biafra now comes, Wilson's government. And as I said, they were broke. And the war was a key part of that. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Aminu Kano is dealt with in the book, but he wasn't a major player. But I think the more important question is one that I dealt with.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Odi, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Rudolph. And Hello to all the panelists and the audience. Dele Ogun, I didn't know about you. I got to be very honest. It's really painful to say that. But, I know Rudolph wants us to go straight to the question, which is very difficult. But, I've just been checking on the Fatherland group, and I think we can do a lot, because so for me, I'm about solution. I don't, there are things that I may disagree with, but I think you've really schooled me, and I'm sure many of our audience. And as Rudolph was trying to get you to promise to come back here, because you have willing partners here to push our people, to the right way, because it's about enlightenment and information and teaching, because there's a lot of teaching to be done. We didn't learn history, growing up, back in Nigeria, which was a big detriment. Most of us had to go and learn what we know now. I'll tell you, so there's something going on now. I think we're back to 1941, 42 now. And we every time a black man has had some little bit of more freedom has been during a war. We know that even if we don't have a full-scale third world war, we're going to have something similar. There's China in the background, there's Iran, there's Israel, there's Russia. Something is going to happen. I think most people and analysts agree within the next 2 to 3, 5 years. These Europeans love war. They've done this over centuries. I've always said that the children of the Roman Empire are still there. They've not dissolved. And when you talk about experience that they've gained to be able to control their colonies, that's where they got it from. My question is, how do we, whether it's with the Fatherland group or other people, how are we able to make this not just a satisfying education moment that we can go and just rattle off, and pour economics on you, because well deserved, sir. You look, trust me, you've blown my mind, and I'm hopeful that other people's mind have been blown. But we want to get this to the root, to grassroots, where our people need this information, where our people understand that we are not at war with each other. We are played, like you said. I've always known that, but I think there's an opportunity in the next 5 years, because what you said initially is that the plan of the British was to give the power to the sultans, to the caliphate. But guess what? The power is not with the sultans. It's not with the caliphate now. It's with the Yoruba man called Tinubu. But nothing has changed. He's still playing the same role that they would have wanted the caliphate to play. So how do we, their plan, okay, power has moved, whether it's legal or whether we have the imperialism government, or how do we get this to our people to be able to move on, to get to where we need to be?
Yeah. Udi, thanks. A lot packed in there, and Fatherland will be very happy to work with you. You could get my details from Rudolph after the show, and that extends to anybody else who wants to work with us. You're right that the Europeans love wars. That's what was so false about the narrative that they spun to us, that we were always killing ourselves. And I said to myself, with what? If we were so good at killing ourselves, we would have killed you guys when you were coming in. The fact is that their societies were built on warfare. And that's why the art of killing was a science in itself, which they've taken to perfection at high levels in all manners of ways. Secondly, you're right that the challenge is to take the education, because we were shut out of history. But history is the most powerful subject. I don't even encourage our generation to say to our children, go and study history, because it depends what the teacher will teach you. We must teach ourselves. The best learning is what you teach yourselves. Just get the right books. You get the right books, you follow the trail. and it will lead to one, lead to another. So history, we must all be history undergraduates. We must. And that is teaching ourselves. And then take the message out to our people. Now, Fatherland has actually got a film coming up to explain the Nigeria story. It's nearly ready. That will take it to our people. When you say the grassroots, that's the way we do it. We will do it by audiobooks, but most importantly by film. You're right also that this is a moment of turmoil across the globe, and the major changes happen during this period of turmoil. As I explained in the earlier question, it was against the backdrop of the Second World War that we got the little independence that we've got. And I stress this little independence. It's not real independence. The new book makes that very clear. Oh, no. You got a flag, you got an anthem, and you got a date, but you ain't got independence. And they've still got hold of it. And which takes me to the answer to your point that they intended to, the plan was to hand power to the North, the Caliphate, and now Yoruba man is there. Well, I always say there's a difference between being in office and being in power. That's one thing. The second thing, as the new book flags up, our man there, what's his title? Jagaban of Bogu. Jagaban of Bogu. Do you know where Bogu is? The Bogu is a Fulanized area just on top of the old Oyo that was destroyed by the Fulani when they were more powerful. As I say, when I see these mysterious things like Ironside nickname, my instinct is to say, what is the real story? What's really going on here? He represented and presented himself to the world, or certainly to Nigerians, as a Nadeko chieftain. Well, seems to have forgotten all about what Nadeko stood for in terms of restructuring, and then you have Nnamdi Kanu still in jail because all he wants is self-determination for his peoples. And this was a Nadeko chieftain who's now sitting there while Kanu is still in jail. So all is not as it appears. You see, our people love football, and I always like using football analogies. We need to do politics the way we play football. You know, we're hard to beat except when those jokers mess us up. We're a damn tough team to beat, but we're easy to beat at the political level. And why? Because we don't bring the same disciplines. You know, in football, if somebody drops their shoulder, we say, we ain't buying that. We know what you're doing. But in politics, somebody drops a feint and we're scrambling in the direction that they're going. And we've left a goal open. And we now need to be more critical, more cynical, trust nobody, dig, because there is now a glorious opportunity. As you say, there's a world war brewing. That's just a reality. Because they've boxed themselves into a corner. You know, they can't pretend any longer that Ukraine war is not a proxy war. And there's no easy ending. And now you've got it kicking off in the Middle East as well. And these things joined up. And so what we've got to do now is we need to accelerate our own organization such that the time that we spent, Igbo and Yoruba poking fingers in each other's eyes, and likewise North-South, what Fatherland Group is trying to do, because we have all ethnic groups there. And our philosophy is just very simple. It's the Orange Union. What we want for our people, my Yoruba people, is what you want for your Igbo, your Ijo people, your Hausa people, your Fulani people. Is live and let live. It is, we want to move our people away from the game that the Brits set us up for. Winner takes all. I'm the king of the castle. We don't want any more Jagabans. We just want people to run their own show, just like we run our own household, and we live on the street as neighbors. That is the way forward, and that's what Fatherland is committed to delivering. And there are many of us in Fatherland. On the group, there are close to 300 people on the group, and most of them are robust thinkers. We have one or two jokers as well, but we know them.
All right. Thank you so much. I think at this point we are going to take a break, and then we'll continue so that our guests will have an opportunity to drink water maybe. Let's take 3 or 4 minutes break, and then we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying, and I hope you're enjoying the conversation. And we are going to continue to take your questions. We have a lot of people who are sending in questions, some by text, some on the comment section, some. So please, let's be quick when we are called to ask our questions so that we get to as many people as possible. We have about I think about less than an hour left, unless our guests will stay longer. All right, but let's see. Let me start. I think the next person is Pansat. Pansat, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okonkwo. Could you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome to our show, Dr. Dele Ogun.
Oh, just Dele Ogun Pansat. I never like titles.
Okay, very good. And titles are what we confer on people, and I like your modesty. Let me say that so far, what I hear from you tend to be very accurate. You did use an adjective earlier to describe the present system of government that we have now. I believe you said it was imperial governance, which by that word is also a euphemism. If you actually look at what we have, it's worse than that. It's an authoritarian system in a sense. But I want to make my position very clear, so you know we have a very short window for us who are panelists here. I want to say that the Biafran War, to me, we're going to have to go back. It's not over. The war, as you researched your papers, and you would have seen the role that Britain played in that war. They supplied arms to Nigeria. They blockaded our people. I'm a Biafran myself. They provided naval training, and along with Egypt, who gave them air support, Nigerian side. At that time, East Germany as well, fighting and starving our people to death. Now, I believe that left to natural warfare, Biafrans would have easily defeated Nigeria in that war very, very easily without Britain. Of course, they went and they surrounded Biafra, and they took over Port Harcourt and the oil fields, which is their main aim. Biafrans did receive a little bit of help from Israel after 1968, and France, who also wanted a foothold should Biafra win the war. So that war was not between Biafran, Southeasterners. But we say Biafra, a lot of people they think it's an Igbo thing. It's not an Igbo thing. There are many people who, as far as we're concerned, are Biafrans, right? They don't want to be with those who are marginalized now, but from a job, the entire River State and all that, those are Biafrans, including Cross River and all that area. And it's not up to them to decide if they're Biafrans or not. We Biafrans will determine what's ours, and even if I have to take it by force, we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna go back to the war. Let me just, that's my position, to have it done, because Britain killed a lot of our people by starving from 500,000 to 3 million people. I don't know what the number is, but every single one of us is a precious soul. So I thank you for your service. I believe that we have a lot of Yorubas, Southwesterners who are in our midst on this platform in the comment section. Just because you're married to an Igbo woman, they're gonna count you off. I want you to understand what we're dealing with. A lot of it is just elementary stuff, but it's important, right? Somebody like yourself who's telling the truth. You are an exception rather than the rule from the Southwest. We have a problem. So somebody like you, Dele to me, and others who just tell the truth, they're written off. It's like an iniquitous tribal stuff going on in the Southwest. If you tell the truth, you're an Igbo person, or you're gone, you're lost. So my question to you is, how do we deal with that? How can we deal with that without offending those who are pursuing the truth? Because we're going to talk about the rule rather than the exception, and then they're going to be upset that, hey, why are you talking to my tribe like that? We have, if Nigeria, including the minorities, those who mean well for Nigeria, wants to get it right, then who are the northern Islamic recalcitrant caliphate to stop us. They cannot. We shouldn't be in the state we're in if we're going to do the right thing there.
All right.
I believe we have to do the right thing, either by force or otherwise.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Panza, thank you for that. Well, you see, my position, Fatherland Group's position, is that we make enemies of no ethnic group within Nigeria because it was not their doing. Whatever any of these individuals do, and for example, I always say to people that Azikiwe was an Igbo man, but he was not the Igbos. They got hold of an Igbo man. He was in difficult circumstances, and they used him in a certain way. They got hold of people from other ethnic groups as well, because as I said, they conducted their interviews very, very, very well. They knew what they were looking for. The ones who play with them, their game, play along with them. And the ones who wouldn't were either eliminated or just sidelined, and make sure that they'll never rise. That's the reality. So our conflict is not against each other. So when you say that without Britain, Biafra would have won, I say, well, really, without Britain, the war would not have happened. That's the reality. As I explained in the new book, Aburi, they had all agreed. And the Ghanaians were happy that they had, as Africans, there had been an understanding. There was no war between us. As I explained, Sardauna did not want Nigeria. That's why he was eliminated. Because he just wanted the North. But because the agenda was one Nigeria. So he was an obstacle. He had to go. So our war is not with each other. Our war is with ignorance. And this is why the ones who get uncomfortable when the truth is presented to them are about to get a lot more uncomfortable with the new book. My interest has always been intellectual. My approach to religion is intellectual. Even though I was raised in a Christian family, I was always sifting whatever was said to me. Whatever I read, I chewed it and extract the goodness. I read everything. I don't care who wrote it, but they will not tell me what to think. I will think of what they're saying, and I will draw my own conclusions. And my only loyalty is to truth. I'm not siding with any ethnic group against another. My special interest in Biafra arose from a simple fact that, as Rudolph explained at the beginning, I was taken out of Nigeria at the age of 7, 1969. And I arrived in England, and my parents were addicted to current affairs, the news. We watched the news every single night. And all that dominated the news from the day that I arrived was the Biafra War. And you can imagine a 7-year-old boy watching the nightly news. Just is interesting the parallel with what's going on right now. When we're watching the news about Palestine, only that the images were more horrible. And a 7-year-old boy watching that every single night. Unfailingly, the 9 o'clock news, let alone what those the children, civilians were going through. So my interest in Biafra was stirred by that early childhood experience. And then, without planning to do so, I ended up marrying a Biafran, who was actually nearly killed in that war. Those, as you say, Pansat, those planes, it wasn't Nigerians flying the planes. The Nigerian Air Force, as I made clear in the new book, was only established in 1964. It had no combat capacity. But as part of Wilson's war, he had arranged for planes to be procured from the Soviet Union, providing the loan finance to enable that the federals to fund it. And the pilots were Egyptian pilots. The amphibious forces, because most of the Nigerian troops couldn't even swim, let alone do amphibious warfare. And that expertise came in from outsiders. So you see, it wasn't Nigerians really fighting each other. We were just like the Kiriji War, where Yorubas had been supplied weapons on both sides. And the fight goes on, we're killing ourselves, hating ourselves, thinking that we know what we're fighting for, whereas in actual fact, we're being played. And the responsibility of our generation now is to say we will be played no more. We now understand what happened. We know who done it. That's why the new book is called Culprits. The people and the paper that made Nigeria. No more founding fathers was Awolowo, Azikiwe. That's Jackanory, children's story. This is now for the grown-up history. I unveil all those responsible and the various roles that they played with evidence. And so we will find a peace that we Nigerians had because we lived before the colonial intrusion. All the ethnic groups were there in that same space, and we were good neighbors. But it served their purposes to come and stir things up. And now it's the responsibility of our generation to fix things up so that we can move forward. So Pansa, I hope I've touched on, I've addressed your questions. In terms of those who are uncomfortable with the truth, we just have to, it's a numbers game, not so. The more of us who are telling the truth, you will find that their numbers will diminish. They are comfortable when they're the majority and the noise drowns the truth out. But the new book puts everything out there. That's what I'm saying. Everything is out there. You see the roots. There's no question left unanswered as far as the new book is concerned.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Let's go to Alaba. You're next.
Yes, thank you very much, Rudolph. Mr. Dr. Dele Ogun, please, I don't know if Bruce, Mr. Dele Ogun, you don't like titles.
Yeah, just Dele Ogun.
Yes.
I haven't got a doctorate, so no.
Yes, please, I beg you and Rudolph to please excuse me. I have a background, it's pretty short, it's not that short, and then I have only one question. But my background is very, very relevant to my question. Just indulge me, please. I personally believe that when Nigeria happens to you, it does something to you. It transforms and damages the vitals in you. It destroys something very essential. It destroys the good and it kills the living conscience and eviscerates the soul of a man. It conquers the joy of the living and it literally kills the humanity in a man, turning him or her into a zombie. They not only become a zombie, they become night workers, soldiers for the Night King, and then they now fight for those who want to fight for them. This is what Nigeria does to the people. And our current political dispensation, whether APC, PDP, or whatever alphabet they call it, is nothing but raising an army for the
Night King. Being that your research has shown us that an imbalance of power and perspective in the consequence of white is a consequence of white privilege, and it has led to what I call theodicy. Theodicy here is the effort to account for the compatibility of evil or injustice with the existence of an omnipotent and omniscient and good God. This is what Stephen Biko calls having black souls in white skins, because these are my concern. My concern are with our own brothers who have become white in their mentality and blood. God has been replaced in this modern world by an order or system of this privileged system that must be maintained at all costs. Now, the reality is devastating for us. However, the fact remains that getting the truth to the public space is the biggest obstacle we have. And without the truth being in the public space, we cannot genuinely create a medium to discuss our issues, where we would have a meeting of human beings, both human and humane, in human and humane terms, where denigration and expendability are poor grounds on which to build a policy of freedom. Now, my question is this. The truth is our system is worse than apartheid. I call it big manism, handed over to us by the white people. It creates slaves out of Africans, and it creates criminals out of us. So my question to you is, with the knowledge that you have and some other magnificent intellectuals that country and Africa has produced, I can go on, the likes of Dele, Faruntimi, the likes of, I don't want to mention names, but how do we reverse this carnage? How do we get the message to the public space? How can we convince our miseducated brothers? How can we convince them how to join the train to true freedom? How do we get the ostrich head out of the sand? That's my question, considering this immense problem we have.
Alabaf, thank you very much. I feel your pain and I feel your passion. The answer actually to your question is quite simple in terms of the how do we. It is the way they did it. It's simply an exercise in reverse engineering. You see, they engineered us this way with what they fed into our heads, the programming, right down to the curriculum and the education system, where we were, as I said earlier, we were taught to swallow, not to chew and think. So it's just an exercise in reverse engineering. And the reverse engineering goes to this extent. Remember where Rudolph opened the interrogation today about the foreign religions that were brought in. We just need to go back to how did they uproot our own faith systems? It was missionary work. So each of us now, our new generation, we become missionaries. Each one teach one, just as their missionaries did. I always admired the Jehovah's Witnesses who go knocking on people's doors, you know. Your nightmare is that you're in the bath and then the bell rings and you think it's a very important thing. You run down to the door, open the door, and there's a Jehovah's Witness at the door that wants to teach you, talk to you. Now, we've got to be like that. You know, the many that are here listening now have to go and talk. And when you hear the nonsense narratives, because you see, those who are peddling lies, they've had their turn. They've had the 64 years. We've heard it all before. There's nothing new because it was lies, it's not being supported with evidence. Whereas what we are now coming out with is hard evidence. So when they say that Iransi was the one who abolished regionalism, And we now show everybody else, hold on, look at this decree that Gowon passed in 67. And the governors of the regions were still in place. Ojukwu was still governor of the East. Hassan Katsina was still governor of the North. So how did you abolish it without abolishing it? So you see, lies have a shelf date. And it is our failure to tackle those lies. And it's not that we didn't want to. You know, heaven knows that if the materials had been available to our people, if we knew where to look, we would have looked. But their lies have now passed their sell-by date. There's a new narrative that's coming through, a new message. And that's why the Fatherland's logo is that we have a new understanding of history. This is a new generation. We have a new understanding of our history. The spin, the lies, the many, many untruths that they've peddled, soaked into our people's heads, are now going to be undone. We have an expression that we use. We unlearn to relearn. You must deprogram the African mind, re-engineer it into a now more forward-thinking, confident, positive position. No more apologies. We've had the insults thrown at us that we're just children of a lesser God. I always say, hell no, we ain't. We now know what's been doing us. And once you understand the problem, you can solve it. Doesn't matter what the problem is. Once you understand it, you can solve it. It's lack of understanding that has got us to where we are so far.
All right. Thank you so much, Laba. Let's go to Michael. Michael, welcome to the show.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, can you hear me? Okay. I can't hear. Oh, can you hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I would say, Mr. You don't like Terry. Dele Ogun.
Yes,
We
thank you.
appreciate your time. Welcome on this platform. Rudolph, you make me now I have to say, I have no choice on Sunday. I have to come to this platform. I have to glue to my YouTube to see you for this program. And thank you so much for bringing such a wonderful guest. I mean, I'm not going to say much, but you know what? My question to you is this, and you know this has been going on lately. As a Yoruba, I've been hearing the glamoring infestation of Yoruba nation. What is Yoruba nation? Because I happens to be that I decided about 4 years ago to know exactly who are the Yorubas. And I went to read some of the professors' book, like Professor Akintoye book. I read it out the Yoruba. Because I look at the whole issue of them now is it's out of emotion and sentiment. It's not, because when you look at the history, we have not already been united as Yoruba. Because when you look at all the history, look at the Ekiti Parappa War, Kereji War, all those wars is still going on within ourselves. But how do we create a nation when we ourselves have not agreed on one single platform or one single idea? Because Awolowo try, and you know this, and then you see how political manipulation that happened in those years between him, Awolowo, and Akintola. That was big. If a lot of people don't know, he was huge. It was a huge discontentment between them and divided the Yoruba. So my question to you is, what is it about people thinking Yoruba? Because as a Yoruba man too, I know you have known about the issue. So you are the best person ever I can talk to give me a good idea of how do we go about it? How can it materialize in that creation of Nigeria today? Because you have the Biafra, the Igbos, and all that. Because when you look at the Yoruba nation, where do you put those people who are in the people who are in the northern part of Niger State? They are Yorubas. When you talk about Edo, part of Edo State, they are Yorubas. Or when you go all the way to Ghana, how do you create a nation within that? So that's my question, Dele. Thank you
Yeah,
so much,
thanks.
Rudolph.
Thank you. Yeah, Yoruba nation is real. Is real. It's troubled at the moment, yes, and that's because of what the colonial Confucianists did. Because you want to conquer a place, you instigate troubles, turmoil. As I said, Kiriji War, they supplied weapons to both sides. So rather than them put their own lives at risk to fight their way in, they simply supplied weapons and we fought ourselves. And you see, once an outsider inserts poison into your systems, it takes sometimes a lot of time, a lot of effort, anguish to extract that poison from the system. And you're right that Kiriji War is still going on. You're right. Because the effects of the poison are still there. Because I listened to some conversations when Yoruba Day was celebrated on the 23rd of September. And they were talking about Kiriji War on various platforms. And I was hearing talk about it was whether it was Alafin who took a fancy to some beautiful woman from I forget quite how the story goes, and that was the root of the conflict. And I'm laughing. I'm saying there's always a difference between the excuse for war and the real strategic reasons for the war. Remember what I said about Second World War and American entry into the war. On the face of it, and even to this day, you speak to anybody who hasn't done the digging and the research amongst them, the Americans, and the West, they'll tell you it was Pearl Harbor. And as I say, hey, hold on. Roosevelt had already agreed in August 1941 in the Atlantic Charter to come into the war in consideration of the dissolution of the empire. And then Pearl Harbor is December 1941. Obviously, they need an excuse to sell the war to the American peoples, because Roosevelt can't simply say, well, I promised Churchill that if he dismantled the empire, then we Americans will come in. So you need an excuse. And you'll find that when you dig to the bottom of the conflicts in the Nigeria space, the surface level gives you one explanation. But it's only by us doing the real digging that we'll come to the truth of the matter. So yeah, Yoruba Nation is still broken, as is all our ethnic groups, without exception. I said earlier that what's in the new book, it explains what Lugard was doing even within the Fulani to divert the line of authority from Sokoto to Katsina. And as I explained in the book, part of how they did it was to play on historic grievances. There was a clash between I think it was Sultan Bello at the time, and the emir of Katsina, in which 20,000 plus were wiped out. And Lugard they saw the mound the burial mound, where the victims had been buried in mass graves. And it's those little bits of detail that these colonialists, missionaries, when they're interacting with your communities, they're picking up the stories about past grievances in order to exploit them when the time comes. So, yes, there are difficulties within each of our ethnic groups, but that doesn't deny the reality of nationhood. I always remind people, going back to my football analogies, that in England here, when even London, when Arsenal play Tottenham, it's like a declaration of war. But when England is playing France or even Scotland, the Tottenham fans and the Arsenal fans are sitting right next to each other and embracing each other. That's just human nature.
All right. Thank you, Michael. And let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening from here, and the guests and all the panelists. I just have a few questions to ask him.
Hold on, Righteous Man. I think our guest is out of the studio. I'm not sure what happened. Let's take a break, and then we will be right back.
The argument when people say, stop blaming the British, take responsibility. People must take responsibility for what they are responsible for. When you start taking responsibility for what you are not responsible for, you can only end up confused and you end up demoralized. Some responsibility, and a key part of the responsibility, must rest with the architects of the country. As the book explains, we are not the architects. Nigerians did not make Nigeria. Nigeria was made for Nigerians. And so therefore...
That's hard to take in, but it's true.
Yes. So therefore, the architect has to take some responsibility.
All right. Okay, welcome back. Righteous Man, go ahead with your question. Righteous Man. Okay, we skip him and we go to Man of Prestige.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me? Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Dele Ogun. It's nice to have you on our platform today. So I'm going to go straight to my question. As you eloquently, stated here, you have spoken well when you come to Nigerian space. You seem to be a very brilliant mind, understanding the Nigerian space where we are today. Going by what you stated, the genesis of Nigeria, how it was ethnic isolation before we got colonized and independence and so on and so forth from where we are right now. And you said something about what we have right now. I think you consider it to be an empire, which is another word for imperialism. So my question to you, very simple: how do we decolonize ourselves from the present system we're having right now? Because we haven't get any headway since colonization to where we are, military rule, civilian rule, whatever you may call it. Nothing has really transpired to what I consider to be a right trajectory, So in a bottom line, how do we decolonize ourselves, to a better system?
Yeah. Again, I say the answer is actually a lot easier than we might think. It goes back to my point that to solve a problem, you must first understand it. We thought we understood it. It all looked very simple because we're looking at the surface level events. We're running with the narratives that they fed into us. It is when we start really digging and do it through the intellectual rigor. And thankfully, the groundwork has already been done now. It's just a question of us going the next step of investing ourselves with the knowledge that is now available. Fabulous, I read 80 books to produce that. The new book, Culprits, I've read more than 80 books to produce that. And so we've done the digging. And people knowing that I've been working on this thing, some of the best books, I haven't forgotten the question the gentleman asked me at the beginning, which two books? Some of us, often it's books that people bring to me, knowing that I'm already on the trail. And one of the critical books that I mentioned earlier was the one by H.O. Davis that showed me that the roadmap had already been fixed before independence to withdraw the parliamentary system, military rule, over to the presidential system. One of the other books that was brought to me when I was reading Writing Fatherless was a book titled But Always as Friends. It was written by Brian Sherwood Smith, who is the Lieutenant Governor of Northern Nigeria. Because you see, the thing about the Yoruba way of life, whatever they do, they can't help but write it down. And it's just a question of how quickly can you Africans get to the story? It's there, it's out there. And what I've sought to do in the research that I've done, in the books that I've produced in, I've sought to accelerate the process for us. So all we now need to do is get reading. Not just read, question, double check what has been said, such that each of us will be empowered with the knowledge. Because the faster we can get there, we'll all be facing the same direction. Right now, we're like headless chickens, some facing this way, some facing this way. Some saying this is the problem, others saying this is the problem. It's like a choir where there's no harmony in your vocals. It's discordant. So the answer really is how you really decolonize. First of all, you realize that you're still a colony. You're still a colony. 1st of October was the date they gave you. We didn't decide 1st of October is when we want independence. They decided it. The anthem, which ironically Tinubu has taken us back to, was written by a British woman. That was their anthem. It's the colonial anthem. When I say, as the new book shows, they've taken us all the way back to 1900. The only difference is that it's not Lugard sitting there now, it's Tinubu that's sitting there. But Lugard back in those days, when they set up the Lagos Assembly, that was after the First World War. It was, as I said in the book, it was like a company annual general meeting, where the chief executive will come along and deliver the annual report. But it's supposed to be, is that an exercise in democracy? No, of course not. Chief executive is just coming to report what has happened. What did Tinubu do on 1st of October? He was delivering the annual report. Where's the infrastructure for interrogating policy? It's only on social media. So once we understand how the game is really being played, again, I go back to sports. That's always the guide for us. You've got to study your opponent, how they play, their strategy, their technique, their tactics. Once you study them well, then you can counter and block their moves. But if we don't apply ourselves to study, if we assume that we know, one of the phrases that I used to hate Nigerians say, "Oh, we know all that." I said, "You know that? Really? You don't know nothing." And we've got to humble ourselves to say that we really don't know. In the opening of the new book that Rudolph flashed earlier, I remind the reader that there was a program, I think it was 2007, there was a program on BBC Radio 4 titled Witness, I think it was, in which they disclose that even as we speak, there's a box, confidential, secret, classified information held by the British government, not to be opened until 2060. It was 100 years. The normal classification period is 30 years. Independence was 1960, so the box should have been open 1990. But this one, at the earliest, 100 years. That'll be 2060. So there's still things we do not know. So we must humble ourselves and say there are things that we don't understand. But if we deceive ourselves into thinking, like the men of God who claim to be speaking directly to God, that God told me. We love that thing amongst our people. Yeah. God didn't tell you jack. You're making it up. And that's the attitude we've got to take. Trust no one. Verify, dig, investigate, challenge. It's like sports. You've got to be fit in order to play your best. Right now, we're intellectually flabby. We're overweight intellectually because we really haven't been training hard. So yeah, the way forward is actually a lot easier. And together with forums like this, groups like the Fatherland Group, working with other groups, the journey of 1,000,000 years becomes next year in paradise.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. So let's go back to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, please, your question. We have less than 12 minutes.
Okay, Rudolph, good evening from Lagos. And the guests, I greet you. Please just manage the reflection of light. I am using a torch light. We've not been having electricity for the past 2 weeks now, and it's difficult to get fuel. So just manage it. Our guest, please, I want to put 2 questions across to you. One, I've lived in Lagos for 42 years, if I'm not mistaken. I'm currently living in Lagos also. Sometimes, to be politically correct, people make submissions and say it is the politicians that are dividing us. But the reality on ground is not true. It's not actually politicians per se. When you go to the streets and meet ordinary Nigerians that are not your tribe, you could feel the bitterness against one another. You could see that it's a forced marriage, a forced unity. You could feel the division among them. Now, sir, the identity crisis that is ravaging this country. My question to you, sir, who is a Nigerian? And if we identify who is a Nigerian, how can we make a unified identity to become a national identity? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Righteous Man. Thank you. It's interesting that you asked the question, who is a Nigerian? Because it's a profound question, which goes to the heart of one of the points that comes out of the new book. When in 1898, the Selborne Committee there's a parliamentary committee that was put together by Joseph Chamberlain, who was a colonial secretary at the time, when they were the ones sat or sort of convened to decide on various issues concerning what became Nigeria. If you like, it was the first constitutional conference before our fathers and grandfathers became Nigerians. And one of the issues that they had to consider was, what shall we name the baby? The baby that they were giving birth to, which is what we now know to be Nigeria. And various names were put forward, just like a naming ceremony. One of the names was West Sudan. So we might have been calling ourselves West Sudanese now. One of the other names was Rhodesia. This was like Rhodesia, in the same way as Rhodesia was named after Cecil Rhodes, the man who had assembled that construct, similarly artificial construct. The idea was to honor George Goldie and call us Rhodesia. So I would have been saying, my fellow Rhodesians, had things played out differently. So when we get this hang up about Nigerian, they called us Nigerians. And of course, just look to the top, who's sitting above us on the map of West Africa. Those ones are called Nigerians. I don't know if Rudolph can show us the map of, zoom in on one of those that will show Niger above us. They're called Nigerians. That's the French area. So in answer to the question, who is a Nigerian? The simple answer is that those who the British lumped together, those from our true nations, that the British lumped together, threw in a sack, the 371 ethnic groups that were thrown together are those that they called Nigerians. Now, coming to your substantive point that you've lived in Lagos for 42 years, and you say you feel the enmity, the hatred between the ethnic groups. I disagree slightly in this respect. The reality is that the people, the ordinary people, they like each other at a social level. Don't convince me when you're in those clubs in Lagos and you see all those fine babes from everywhere that you're hating them because they're from some other part of Nigeria. No, you're not. Let's not deceive ourselves. When we go to the restaurants, we love each other's food. We love each other's attire. We love that. That's human nature. We, especially Africans, we're not haters. We don't do hatred naturally. Where the problem is, righteous man, where the problem is when we're asked to play a winner takes all game. And where there's only one ball between 371 players. Everybody wants the ball. It's power that's indivisible. That's very difficult. It's like a ball, the football. If you cut it, it's no use. So you need the whole thing. And the seeming hatred is only in the struggle for power. And this is exactly what the Fatherland's Orange Union proposal is designed to move us away from. We're trying to civilize the political game. Rather than a winner takes all, there can only be one winner from all the 371 ethnic groups. Indeed, let's be real, it's got to the point where only of the 371 ethnic groups, probably only 3 ethnic groups can get that seat of power. Fulani, Kanuri, Yoruba. Everybody else are just also rans. Aspirational. The system is designed not to let you in. Doesn't matter how brilliant you are. Think about the brilliant minds that we're wasting in the different ethnic groups. But they've created a structure where it's king of the castle. Winner takes all. And we're left with, of course, the lowest common denominator, because the person has to be all things to all people. Whereas the Orange Union says we make the center irrelevant. We have seats for each ethnic group. Now, within your own ethnic group, if you like, try and bribe your people within your ethnic group, where the money that they are dependent on is coming from within the system. Then you know that there's true accountability. But right now, you can get your support from another part of the country. You can lose in your ward. You can lose on your street, so long as you've got the backing of the power players elsewhere. So it's all a conspiracy against the people. It's a conspiracy against democracy. And they know how they're playing the game. So it's for us now who want a new way to understand that this stuff ain't working. It wasn't, let me rephrase that. It is working exactly as it was designed to work, to make sure that the best of us will never get to those positions where you can make the difference. It is designed to ensure that in 2024, 64 years from independence, an oil-rich state with all the resources that have poured through, that you still cannot flick the switch with confidence and the light comes on. Look at Righteous Man in the Dark using the torch in 2024 to participate in a serious political discussion. That's how it was designed. The intention was that we would only be a market for their production, their goods and services. They will produce and we will consume. We will sell them raw materials and they will add the intellectual bit. Don't worry about trouble your little brains, you Africans. Just pass the raw materials to us and we'll make wonderful things for you. The glory of China that we admire now, where China is the one that they're all running scared of, would never have happened if the Chinese had not put aside and pushed aside what they sought to leave them with. It's because China broke out of it. As we are about to break out of this cage that they left for us, and it's our minds that are still keeping us in there. Because once our minds are up to speed and we get rid of the flab and we share the knowledge, as we're sharing it now, we share it widely. We win converts, just like the missionaries converted our peoples from our faith systems to their value systems. That's exactly how we'll convert one and then the next and the next. And then you'll see them retreat. They're not as powerful as is made out.
All right. Let me ask you, how much time do you still have so that we know what we? Do you want to take the people who are in the studio when we finish that, or do you want to take a break?
Shall we? What would you like to do?
No, for me, well, my guest is the person that decides. I'm okay. I want to take a break if that is okay with you.
Let's take a short break and
Yeah.
then we'll do 30 minutes more.
Okay, that's good. Okay, we will take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation just 30 minutes with those who are in the studio. We thank you for your patience and staying with us. And all right, so let's take a break.
I have a message. I have a message for President Macron. Today, Israel is defending itself on 7 fronts against the enemies of civilization. We're fighting in Gaza against Hamas, those savages who murdered, raped, beheaded, and burned our people on October 7th. We're fighting in Lebanon against Hezbollah, the most heavily armed terror organization in the world, which was planning an even greater massacre than October 7th on our northern border, and that has rocketed Israeli towns and cities for nearly a year. We're fighting against the Houthis in Yemen and the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria that together have launched hundreds of drones and missile attacks against Israel. We're fighting against terrorists in Judea and Samaria who are trying to murder civilians in the heart of our cities. And we're fighting against Iran, which last week fired over 200 ballistic
onye ọma zoro obi o akwa nwa zoro obi o Maxi ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo akwa nwa ilochi o biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abụmma nwatara ndasari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo abụmma nwa ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya Mazi wekomo odogu no kwere nka onye mani gadele mo Mazi ni bazi ibu go with melody Odogu nachala noka Ezi nwanne m legadele mo Olagado n'ibyazigo no Ma olagado n'ibyazigo Amama mwilo chilo Igora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro no Sorry, if I were to go on a Mulaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, don't need Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anavazi, Ice. A double can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Hey, you want? Egwu kampụ na-ekene ọmọgọ ndị nsọ Chukwu emeka lụmọ ike Chukwu na-egaje esi nwanne m ekene dị ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na nkeme Wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro. Zoro, 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 zoro.
The new Nigeria will look like. I turn to the French philosopher Rousseau, 18th century, who defined the challenge as follows. The problem is to find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and good of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem which the social contract provides the solution for. I ask for Rousseau's words in relation to Nigeria to be imagined as the Orange Union, in contradistinction to the Union of the Apple. When you peel the skin of the orange, you'll see the segments sitting comfortably side by side, together making the composite whole. Whilst where you peel the skin of the apple, you will see the indistinguishable mass. That Orange Union in which the ethnic groups uniting to make the whole, an association in which they may still obey their own priorities and remain as free as before.
All right. Welcome back to 90 Minutes Africa. We're having a conversation with Dele Ogun. Dele, before I go to our next question, I have my own, something I don't want to forget. So there's something going on in the north, in Sokoto region, Zamfara, where it appears as if the alliance between the Fulani and the Hausa is breaking down. There was an emir that was killed recently, and it's kind of something they are not speaking out loud about. You see some people making videos basically saying that this alliance is over. What are you hearing along that line? You are muted. We can't hear you, Dele. Okay, let's see. Go ahead. Yeah.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay, good. Yeah, I haven't followed the story very closely because I was busy finishing the new book. I was determined to finish it by our so-called 64th anniversary of independence. I actually finished it on that day, which is telling. But the book does address the origins of the Hausa Fulani tag, and it explains that the origins is actually British, because it's like the Anglo-Saxon tag. It was simply lent to them as part of the strategy of building the North as the bloc that was going to take power. Because the jihad of 1804, whereby the Fulani slaughtered and conquered the Hausa kingdoms, it was very recent memory. 1804. How is it possible but that by 1900 you're now Hausa Fulani? It's not possible. The human memory doesn't work like that, because it was a bloody slaughter. But it was part of the process because, as I said, because Lugard was busy re-engineering a new unity alliance in the North. And not just, as I said earlier, he was moving it away from the traditional Sokoto line, the Uthman Danfodio line. He moved it across to Katsina, and a particular individual that was now positioned as the head of the caliphate was a chap called Muhammadu Diko, who was the grandfather of Hassan Katsina. So if you follow the chain, the grandson, Hassan Katsina, now became, just before the war, the governor of northern Nigeria. So Ojukwu was governor of the east, Hassan Katsina, grandson of Muhammadu Diko, who Lugard, he wasn't even supposed to be the emir. This is Muhammadu Diko. They said he was a third ranking chief. But because he had been complicit in the British conquest of the Fulani, such that Katsina offered no resistance to the British. When Lugard was conquering the Sokoto Empire, Katsina surrendered without a fight. And of course, what you then do, Lugard does, it was the man who delivered that outcome was Muhammadu Diko. Next thing, the guy's made emir, even though he wasn't eligible to be. It's a bit like the way Jonathan was made president, not of his own steam. He had no political base, but you were empowered from on top. And so, as I said, everything is on board.
All right. So, CM, you're next.
I've almost forgotten. Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. Welcome most warmly, Dele Ogun. Thank you. I've listened to, let me say, to what you've been saying, but not all of them. I joined you somehow midway. Now, listening to you, I know you've researched a lot, at least about Nigeria. I don't know if you come across this book.
I'm laughing because if you look at what's the name of the publishing company?
What is it?
I'll tell you. Lawless Publications.
Lawless Publication.
Yes.
Okay.
Who is the owner of Lawless Publications? Dele
Probably
Ogun.
you.
Yeah. So I have come
Okay.
across that book.
Okay.
But go on
I
with your
didn't know.
question.
But thank you. At least what I want to take out from here is, you gave a background. I wish I have opportunity of asking you at least 10 questions, at least, but I know it's not gonna happen. So because of what you said, I like what you've gone through. So what is it? The background you gave us, Nigeria is presently constituted, I think about more than 300 ethnic groups, but only three are calling the shots in terms of power play. The Kanuri, you said, the Fulani, and the Yoruba. Obviously, without being told, there will be tension, there will be friction, because the rest are just outside looking in. But for how long? Now, if you notice, even from this book, the Fulani, they are not indigenous to Nigeria. They are not. They are not indigenous. So does it not worry you that a people that are not indigenous, they are in Nigeria calling the shots? What they cannot do in any other African country, in fact, anywhere in the world, they are doing it in Nigeria. Even when they are from Fota Jelon in Guinea, yet in Nigeria, they are calling the shots. And they are not calling it very well. Which brings me to the question I want to ask you. Do you disapprove of what Nnamdi Kanu stand for? Thank you.
All right. A very simple answer to that. Kanu, as I understand his position, seeks self-determination for his people.
Yes.
That is what I want for my Yoruba people. That is what the Ijaw sensible leaders want for their people. It is what the Hausa sensible ones want for their people. And so therefore, that's why I keep talking about the Orange Union. Everybody will have their own, take responsibility for themselves within their own segments. Igbos do not want to be ruling Yoruba land. And Yoruba man should not be making decisions fundamental for the Igbos or for the Hausa or for the Kanuri. That's why I don't support the existing arrangement. I belong to no political party because I know this construct that the British left us with was for their benefit and not for ours. That all our engines are stored. All our engines are stored. We're actually being towed. We're like a vehicle on tow. We have no self-propulsion because they've arranged it such that the worst of us, in terms of leadership potential, will be the one that the program system will push to the top. When very competent, and even those ones who are pushed to the top, if they manage to get through as leader in their own ethnic group, they'll actually do better because they'll be more accountable. I said where they've taken us to is an imperial system whereby they speak and render accounts when they want to. You have no leverage to hold them accountable. All they need to do every 4 years, go and collect your PVC. And they know that the ones who will pour out to collect their PVC are actually the victims of the system. It's on their heads that they stand. The PVC holders is on their heads, like you're standing on a ladder. The PVC holders is their heads that these people are standing on. And once they climb through the window, you don't see them again for the next 4 years. So no problems at all with what Kanu seeks for his people. It's the same that all good people, we're not greedy. We don't want yours. We're content with ours. The problem is the winner takes all system that stifles everybody else. And as I said, it's not, we don't point fingers at other ethnic groups because we're all victims. That's what we've got to understand. I hope that answers your question, CM.
All right. Thank you, CM.
Well, thank you, Dele. It's just that, well, I know you're a lawyer. Probably I needed to, even if I put you on the spot, it may be like nailing a jelly, but I have to make do with the answer you gave me. But the thing is, Nigeria is a pressure cooker. It's not doing us any good. The earlier we get out, or what you call the Orange Association, not really union, Orange Association, if that could come up, I will be happy. Most of us will be happy. But remember, this week or last week at the House of Senate, they were talking of something like that. Some people felt that if they should do it, the Igbos, it will be sort of like a meal ticket, a one-way ticket to Ndi Igbo to get their Biafra. So in other words, they want everybody boxed in the way it is, or even make it tougher. So that is a food for thought for you. Thank you.
Well, there's no doubt that they are, you see, every political order produces winners and losers. Yeah. And there's no doubt that there are those who are winning from the existing structure who would not want to let go. Let's not deceive ourselves. That's just grown up politics and reality. And it's in their interest to keep things as they are, because many of them will be irrelevant in an Orange Union system. That's just it. But like any contest, you've got, if for what you want, you can't simply just ask for it and expect them to hand it over. We have to strategize. Fatherland is busy strategizing. These books are part of the strategy, believe it or not, because we knew that people have to understand the real story, the real journey. And when they understand the real story and the real journey, they'll be able to see the way forward more clearly. It was Winston Churchill, one of my favorite quotes from him. He said, the further back you look, the further ahead you can see. It's the ostrich that doesn't look back. He just buries his head in the sand. And when he pulls his head out of the sand, still where he was. So this is why I said at the beginning, we must all be historians with a small h. We must do the reading. We must take our brains to the gym. And then it doesn't matter when one group says, we don't want to move from where we are. Well, it's a question of strategy, isn't it? If you have your strategy, before they realize it, it's all changed around them. So nobody has a veto in terms of the way forward. Nobody does.
All right. We have about 6 more minutes. So I'll come to you, Ton. Ton, go ahead.
Hi, Rudolph. Hi, Mr. Ogun. Right. I'm just going to be as brief as possible. And one of the reasons why I decided to come in this evening, you've made some very salient points, and I've learned. But I disagree with you slightly, respectfully, with one or two things you've submitted this evening. You spoke about the 1966 coup, about who was the brain box. He wasn't, because I haven't met him. I was born before him. He's a relative, so I know I'm in a position to know intimately about what happened, how everything came about, because I was told by my parents. Number two, Irodsi, did you actually research his last name to come to that conclusion that Ironsi was just it was just coined from his nickname Ironside? And lastly, with all these beautiful historical facts that you've put down on paper, seeing that Nigeria, they've cancelled history in schools and primary school, which I think is intentional. The person that done that is a very smart, is a evil genius, I will say, because they do know that if especially young people now, if they understand what has happened in the past, they will have a different perspective. That's why you see today people that are shouting in Milokon and all that, and you know, getting themselves dirty with ethnic politics, do not actually understand our history. Because if we actually understand our history, we'll not be embroiled in such. So how do we get this sort of books to the average Nigerian? Do you intend to publish these books in possibly maybe, I don't know, maybe Yoruba, maybe Igbo? Or how do you get to the ordinary person, that's that school boy, that school girl in secondary school in Nigeria? How will you make it available to them so that they will learn and understand history? Because I think without learning, like you said, without having a good a look, because when you're driving, actually, the rear front mirror is one of the most important things in the car and all that. So if you don't have in the car, you don't know a car whether you're driving too fast or too slow, so that the car behind you will not run into you. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Tony. I didn't get your first question clearly. Something about who was the brain box behind the coup, and you
Yeah,
suggested I said.
I don't know whether it was you or Rudolph that mentioned it was meant to be Ifajina.
No, not me. Maybe Rudolph.
Yeah, I mentioned the Fajna, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
okay, that's
but
yeah. So
sorry, go on.
okay,
Clarify.
okay. That is slightly incorrect. With all due respect, that's not correct.
Because you're a relation of his, you say.
Yeah, and apart from it, I have served the country many years ago. I look young, but I've been through war in the country, so I understand some of these things that you have said. Yeah, so I understand some certain things. No, he
Well,
wasn't.
okay. Let me explain what my submission was. And it was based around the book by Chief H.O. Davis that I mentioned, Nigeria and the Prospects for Democracy. That was written in 1959. That coup was January 66. But that book, written in 1959, published just after independence, what I was saying was that the roadmap, all that was going to happen, was set out in that book. The withdrawal of the parliamentary system by military intervention, that's what the book was saying, followed by a switch to the presidential system. Everything in that book then played out. Now, in terms of who was the actual coup plotters, my own view is that you had the actors on the ground, the Ifejunas, the Nzogus, I forget the name of the Yoruba participant at the moment, but there was a higher plot, is my thing, reflected in what's in that book. The roadmap was there. So I said it before, that what they do, they use individuals on the ground. You think you know what's going on, but you're really
Maybe coincidence?
No, I don't believe in coincidence when it comes to geopolitics. No. Yeah, it's like somebody trying to tell me, for example, that Roosevelt, having committed to enter the war in the Atlantic Charter of August 1941, it was just coincidence that the Japanese now hit Pearl Harbor in December 1941. It's not coincidence. That's not the way it works. So anyway, that's the response to your first question. As regards Ironsi's surname, as I said, I checked to the extent of I could what his father's name was. His father was not Agui Ironsi. His father was just Agui. And then when you see that strange coincidence that the first military ruler of Britain, his nickname was Ironside, and the first military ruler in Nigeria, his nickname was Ironside. And then we end up with Ironsi that has no meaning in the Igbo language. At that point, you start to say, something is going on here. And as regards your third point, how do we get the books to the average Nigerian? Well, the culture of reading has not been strong. I find, for example, that my book, A Slave Ship Called Jesus, is very popular amongst the African Americans. They order that a lot. It shows a higher reading culture because I think they're more politicized in the African American community because of the civil rights struggle, etc. So
you know what we say. Sorry, sir. You know what we say in this part of the world, in the UK, that when you want to hide anything from the black man, put in the book.
Yeah, I think the Americans, our brothers in America, whoa, those guys read. Brothers and sisters in America, they read. So I feel the pulse of the reading culture in the different countries where the orders are coming from. Yeah. As I said at the beginning, Fatherland has actually produced a film to take the message, the education to those who don't read, or at least to extend the message to them. So the ones who read will read, but the ones who don't, they watch movies, and it's a fantastic production. Fantastic production.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Tom.
you.
Jide, you're next.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Damages. I'm so glad to be here. Dele Ogun, thank you so much for all your education. I've been following you now for the past 5 months. I've been listening to your educational lectures, your interviews. I've learned a lot from you. I'm reading a book now that is different. I'm going to focus on a book beginning from December. I'm going to focus on the book that is coming, that is going to be released in a few months. I will start with that, and I'll move further and read The Fatherless, The Lawyer, The Lawless, and The Love. I would focus on that. The current book I'm reading is The Critique of European Culture by Marimba Ani. It's called Urugu. But yeah, after that, I'm going to focus on your books. I've been following you, and I've been listening to you every now and then. I've been following all your interviews. So first of all, I want to ask my first question. My first question is talking about solution. This is more solution oriented, and looking at the geopolitical arena in the world today, and looking at countries that have liberated themselves from this demonic. I don't want to be religious now, but from this evil imperial powers that is dominating our continent, the imperial force, these imperial empires that have been dominating us for over 500 years. If you look at countries like North Korea, like Cuba, like the Soviet Union and Russia, if you look at Iran, some of these countries, and even these countries in the Sahel, like Burkina Faso, Mali, and they're trying to break themselves from French neocolonialism. I noticed that if you look at the so-called Commonwealth countries, like Nigeria, Ghana, countries in the Caribbean, like Jamaica, a lot of these Commonwealth countries, there is no example of any of these countries, how they are able to liberate themselves completely from this neo-colonial yoke. So what makes it different compared to like the Spanish, from the Spanish, the French, former neo-colonial states of France, like Burkina Faso, how they're able to liberate themselves from the French? How difficult it is for us from those so-called Commonwealth countries? Why is it so difficult compared to other countries? How they've liberated themselves from the US and from the French? How come it's so difficult for them to break away from the neo-colonial yoke of the Anglo-American empire? That's number one question. The second question is, do we need an ideology in Nigeria to maintain that yoke of sovereignty? Because a lot of these countries that have liberated themselves, they have an ideology. It could be communism, it could be socialism, it could be Shia Islam, it could be Bolivarianism in Latin America, like in Bolivia. In Cuba, you have socialism and all that. So do we need an ideology? Because Pan-Africanism is very loose and it has not really worked. So do we need something very powerful and potent that can make us liberate ourselves? So it is how can why is it difficult, and do we need an ideology? So those are my two questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jide, thanks very much indeed. Why is it so difficult relative to the places that have managed to break the hold of colonialism? I think I will say it this way. The hardest chains to break are the ones that are not visible, that are invisible. When it's direct and visible, you can see that you're chained down. And so when you look at Haiti and the Haitian Revolution, Toussaint Louverture, their slavers were right there with them on the island. And so they knew there was no scope for confusion. They knew that their path to freedom was this way. And it was simply the opportunity. And the opportunity came, as I explained in the slave ship called Jesus. The opportunity came from their participation. The French sent Haitians, African enslaved Africans in Haiti, sent them to go and fight in America, the American War of Independence, to go and fight on the side of the rebels. And that's where they learned the use of weaponry and became trained in the use of weaponry. So by the time they came back, they knew what they could do. They knew what to do. So that was visible. And so it was easy to break free. China was able to break free because they got assistance from communist Russia. You see, because China is huge, like Africa. So it wasn't one colonial power that was holding down the whole of China, like one colonial power was holding down Nigeria. So it meant that when the Bolshevik Revolution happened and the Bolsheviks broke away from empire, the game of empire, I haven't lost the question that the gentleman at the beginning asked me, 2 books, and this ties into my recommendation of the 2 books that he asked for. It was when the Bolsheviks overthrew Tsarist Russia, because Tsarist Russia was part of the imperial game as well. So all those places like Finland, Poland, Lithuania were all part of the Russian Empire. It was the Bolsheviks who, after the revolution, that turned their backs on empire. And Russia actually had a stake in China. So all the colonial powers had different chunks of China. So when the Russians pulled out, they now started supporting the Chinese revolutionaries. And so that's how the Chinese were able to get the weaponry that they were able to then use to fight their way out, just like the people of Haiti. The thing has been so difficult as far as the Commonwealth countries is concerned. And this is one of the themes that comes out of the new book, that the models of colonialism differed. You see, the French one is much more visible, is much more in your face. You can see it because they were a land power, not a sea power. And being a land power, they had to put boots on the ground. So you knew your the ones holding you down were right there in your space. And the French model was to make the colony physically part of France. So that's why Algeria, it was a straight fight, just like in Haiti. The British one is the hardest one because of indirect rule. because they're not on ground. It's your people that they use to hold you down. That is the extra difficulty. They say, look, you see my hands. What are we doing? Whereas actual fact, the design structure is very clever. But as I say, everything's unveiled. We can now see how it is done. So that's the answer to that. In terms of ideology, Pan-Africanism is a suspect ideology as far as I'm concerned. It is, they've lumped 371 ethnic groups to make Nigeria political union, a stage for one Superman to run the whole country. And you see where we have been. And you want to escalate that on a continental basis. That is completing the job that the Berlin conferences of 1884 were doing. So Pan-Africanism is not the way. The way forward, as I said earlier, is the way back. And the ideology, yes, we do need an ideology. The ideology is Africanism, not Pan-Africanism. It is Africanism. And what is Africanism? It's going back to who we really are and who we really were. Going back. Dusting our identities off, restoring pride in the way we were, because those were our best years. That is the way forward. And that's what underpins the Orange Union philosophy, that the way forward is the way back. We missed our road. We were led up the alleyway to a dead end. And when you've missed your road, you've got to have the courage and the confidence to turn back. And that's Africanism. Go back to who we really are. No more the Berlin identities that were thrown at us, whether Rhodesia or Nigeria. And with a union made by us intentionally, which will be the Orange Union, we will have pride in that union. It would not be either or. You see, that's the mentality right now of the one Nigerianists. That if you say that you're Ijo first, I say, you're a traitor. You're not patriotic, because one Nigeria is designed to kill off our identities. That's what they tried to do at the Berlin conference. Now, in answer to, I think it was Joe who asked a question about two books that I'll recommend. He said, of all the books, the first one is a book simply titled Augustus. It is the biography of Augustus Caesar. Yeah, the Roman Emperor. It's a must-read. It's written by a guy called John Buchan, Buchan. It's still in print. And the second book is one that I only came across fairly recently, but which is a star of my new book. And the book is written by a Trinidadian intellectual, Pan-Africanist, we'll forgive him for that, called George Padmore. And the book is titled How Russia Transformed Its Colonial Empire. Now, it's out of print, but it has been produced in audiobook by a friend of mine, and is available on BG Media, if you look them up. So it's been converted into an audiobook. You see, with that book, you understand that it was actually the Russians who led the way in ending empire. who were the first to voluntarily decolonize. And that's the reason why even today they are hated. They were the first to decolonize. And you see that decolonization, as I say in the new book, it threatened the established order, which was still the imperial order. And that is why when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, just as they did in Haiti, the European powers all stormed in to try and overthrow the Bolsheviks because they were threatening the established order. And that legacy has continued. So those are the two books that I would read again and again and again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have two more, and then that's it. Jagun, you're next.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jagun, you have to unmute yourself, Jagun.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening here in London. Rudolph, again, a big impression mark on myself with today's guest and with the running of the show generally since your return. I must congratulate you. Brother Dele Ogun, my man, we know a few people between us on a London mix. So I'm very well aware of who you are and where you're coming from and your growth. And not just growth in terms of how long I've been looking and listening. Not so much reading, I'm afraid, but even though I do a lot of reading, I need to catch up on a lot of the underlying books that you spoke of, including your own. A couple of things I would like you to take up with you. Firstly, I really do enjoy your philosophical approach to both history and indeed who we are as people in Nigeria, the importance of Nigeria, and the importance of the emancipation that still needs to come through as far as Black people globally. Having said that, when I point and look at Nigeria and listen to you very intently, you speak a lot of things that I'm familiar with in being a small H historian. I enjoy my history as well as I enjoy my geography. These are two subjects that are far forgotten in today's world. But when I was schooled, these were quite important subjects. This is to say, when you look at what Nigeria needs to do in order to become the country that it's supposed to be, the energy of the country that we know as Nigeria and the people, the culture, and all the rest of it, we as Nigerians know it intrinsically. We are able to flower outside of Nigeria, but yet not in our own terrain. So when you say in one level, looking back would produce a better future, so to speak, why would you throw away the aspect of the regionalism in terms of going forward to a rather, it may seem to many as being homogenized from within. It's something that would happen naturally. It's something that would happen mainly through the big groups of ethnicities. Why not regionalism? How are you patterning in the future? What are you seeing intrinsically? Because these things, as you say, are by design. They're not by willy-nilly, woolly approaches to serious issues. That's one question for you. The other is, I must put to you, my brother, the way I read history a lot by symbolism as well. And symbolism is very, very, I don't know what to call it, esoteric, spiritual, I don't know what to call it. Whilst I would agree with the segmentation of your orange approach, I have no objection to oranges, be it the color or the fruit. However, orange as a color has been used in Europe, Holland, South Africa. There are some sides of Switzerland and Spain that used the orange flag for the exact reason of a great part of our oppression. Whilst I like the fatherland approach, do you feel that there is a mix-up within the color orange? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jagan. Thanks. First of all, let me deal with your first question. Why throw away regionalism, or expressed a different way? Why isn't regionalism the answer? The answer is this. It depends what one means by region. You see, the fundamental error design faults in what we've been running with, whether you call them regions or you call them states, is that they are artificial. As I said earlier, they drew the boundaries of these areas not on an organic basis, because the organic structures are the ethnic groups. If you look across the world, that's how they all are. Even Europe, you'll find that Little Belgium is for Belgians. And even within Little Belgium, they recognize the organic elements, the Wolofs and I forget the other group they call themselves. If you look at Britain, the architect of our confusion, they don't pretend to be one. So they have, as you and I know, they have Britain, and then they have Wales and Scotland and Ireland and England, and each is allowed to breathe. So when Blair was pushing one Nigeria for us in late 1990s, the medicine he was giving his own people was Orange Union. So he introduced the legislation to create the Scottish Parliament for the Scottish, the Irish Assembly for the Northern Irish, the Welsh Assembly for the Welsh. You see why I call them the colonial confusionists? Because they know the answer. They know this is the natural way. So the problem with regionalism is the artificiality, the regions that will pretend and embrace more than the organic ethnic groups. And regionalism, you've tried it already. It's like returning to vomit. It's failed. This is why
years against 30 years of what we have today, that hasn't worked either.
Precisely. What we haven't done, though, is go back to how we were, which is the ethnic groups, because every single ethnic group deserves its respect and dignity. There's no room for saying so-and-so are minorities. They're no minorities. Before the British lumped us all together, they were not minorities. They were self-governing peoples. However small, is it the Ogoni? They had their own government. That's what we need to go back to. But the beauty of the Orange Union arrangements is that we're not reckless. We're not throwing everything away and say, break it all up. No, that's not our position. What they've brought us together, and we know there are positives in union. And so we will keep the union for those who want to stay. It's not by force, but those who want to stay and see the merits of togetherness within limits, they will stay. So that is the skin that wraps us. So we have the advantage of scale when we need it. But we don't want to continue with an arrangement of the disease of giantism, that you're so big as to be immobile. You're not dynamic because you're trying to divide one into 371 spaces, and the math just does not work. So let every ethnic group, no need to go and draw up artificial states like Ogun that will embrace the, for example, even in Yoruba land, it will have the Egba inside there, you have the Ijebu inside there, it will have my Kale people inside there as well. And some of my Kale people are hanging out in Ondo. That is what they did at Berlin. And we did the same within Nigeria. So what we say, we go back to the natural as we were, but we keep the union. Now, your second question in terms of the color orange. Well, first of all, copyright law is something that I hate. You see, because nobody has, simply because you used it first, doesn't mean that you own it. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to all of us. So the fact that they've used it for something or used it for another that wasn't pleasant doesn't mean we can't use it. And in any event, we don't need to get too fixated about the color orange, because our oranges are actually not very orange. You know, so I don't know about other parts of, but certainly the oranges in Yoruba land are more sort of greenish, as it were. But it's not about colorism. It is very much about the substance, which is the shape of the fruit, whatever color you want to call it. It is the structure of the union that nature has created. You know, that is the key. Somebody asked me to comment on just the messaging that I saw. I think it was somebody called Oscar.
On China, yeah, Oscar Blackburn.
Yeah, Chinese economic neocolonialism. You see, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Why? Because you see, the Chinese, and I was lucky to go to China recently for the first time. And I said, wow, these guys suffered the same colonial knee on their necks. Yeah, that's the book. Yeah, knee on their necks as we've been through. And they managed to get the knee off their necks. The reason I admire them is that their history, they have no skeletons hidden in the cupboard. They have no colonial history to be running away from or slavery. They got to where they are without slavery, without stealing another man's land. This is why you get all the propaganda that's been pushed. Oh, the Chinese are coming to colonize you. Oh, yeah. What the Chinese are doing is playing the business game, because they've come to understand that the reason why the European powers overtook them, because China was ahead of them in the Middle Ages, 1500s, etc. And how they leapfrogged China was because they stood on our heads to stand taller. It's slavery, the subsidy from that is what allowed them to overtake China, to leapfrog. Because that's why the Chinese were taken by surprise. So where did these guys come from? We were the ones who were far ahead. All the paper, gunpowder, we had it all. We just were chilling. And then all of a sudden, these guys have leapfrogged us. How did they do that? The Chinese study history. That's the thing about them. They're deep in history. As I say, hey, it's the slavery and the colonialism. Now the Chinese know that as long as the West have exclusive access to the resources of Africa, they'll continue to be throwing their weight around recklessly. And China says, well, we're not interested in interfering with governance in these countries, but we've got our checkbook. And if because of the legacy of colonialism, places like Nigeria have weak governance, such that crazy, stupid deals are being done by the Europeans there, getting the resources. We're not holier than thou. We're coming in with our checkbook. If you want to sign the agreement on those terms, we're ready to sign the agreement. And we will have, like any properly negotiated contract, that if there's a breach, we will have clauses in there that say, in the event of breach, we're entitled to security for our investment. And if it means taking over this port or whatever, we will do that because that's what you've agreed to. So I don't lose sleep over the narrative of China is here to colonize Africa. No, these guys went through that same experience. You guys need to get out to China. Absolutely. I was inspired, not overwhelmed, but I was inspired by their recovery story. And I think it lies ahead of us that once we can break the hold, I say to people recently that we look at Singapore and we say, wow, look at Lee Kuan Yew, what he did in Singapore, how he transformed Singapore in the space of how many years? Because they got their independence a few years after us. And we all go to Singapore and we marvel. But you know what? Singapore miracle would never have happened. Lee Kuan Yew would not have been heard of if Singapore hadn't broken the shackle when they were shackled with Malaysia. It was the restructuring of that federation that released the genius of Singapore that we all celebrate. It was the break of China from the colonial stranglehold that the Europeans put on them that enables us to now celebrate the Chinese miracle. We would not have seen any of it. And that's why they have not seen our miracles, because the knees are still on our necks. All that we're capable of has been lying fallow because we haven't shaken it off.
Right. Before we go to the last person, which is forefathers, I wanted to add to that China question, the answer you gave. There's this question here about Afonja and the Lauren, and what you wrote in the book saying that the ruling class that turns to outsiders to maintain their rule eventually will be either swallowed by the outsiders or something like that. So the person wants to know if what China and Russia are doing in Africa, where African countries are running to them to get away from the Europeans, whether they won't suffer the way Afonja suffered by running to the Fulanese to help with the war. So,
well, it's possible. It's always possible. It depends on your team. When you look for outside help, it depends how good your team is. If you are doing it for yourself, like the Afonjans, then you're likely to be swallowed up. Keep in mind, as I said, no revolution is successful without external help. The Americans, let's start with them, in their independence war against the British. Who helped them? The French, as I explained earlier. When the Haitians broke away from Toussaint Louverture, defeated the French slavers, who helped him? The British. The British. Bringing it closer to China. When China broke away from the European imperial hold, who helped them? Well, if you were listening earlier, you will have heard me say it was Communist Russia.
I was gonna mention that in addition to the Europeans that they broke themselves away from, they also broke away from the Japanese.
Indeed.
Yes,
Because the Japanese were sort of allies with the British at that point, you see. So, but yes, China got help, reached out to Russia, but was China swallowed up by the Russians? Going back to the Afghan Jazz story, of course it was not, because the Chinese leadership, they were very, very focused and switched on. And because they were so well organized, they knew how far to take the friendship with Russia, to the point that after a while they turned against the Russians, as history will tell you. So the idea that Afanja is always the outcome, no, it depends what's the leader or the leaders are pursuing. If they're pursuing, they want a joyride and just looking to enjoy themselves, then of course they liable, they have that mentality, they're liable to be swallowed. But if they focused, as the Chinese were, again, an example, Haiti, when the British helped Toussaint Louverture to defeat the French slavers, and he was the one to abolish slavery. He was the one who abolished slavery. The British now tried to come in and invade Haiti and take it over. And Toussaint defeated them. So it's not a question of saying you must never get outside help. You're just got to be smart enough to use it effectively and properly. Now, Oscar, who asked about Chinese colonialism, he sent a supplementary message saying he asked about economic colonialism. Well, what is that? What is economic colonialism? As I said, China has not created your governance systems. So if there are weaknesses in your governance systems that China coming in to do business takes advantage of, because they know that they're in competition with the ones who have interfered with your governance systems, who have left those weaknesses inbuilt there, and they come along and they negotiate the deal with you. Look, I'm a corporate lawyer by background. When you go and do a commercial deal, a corporate deal, you've got to have your best minds around the table. You pay attention to the detail. You have a clear understanding of what your client seeks to achieve. You know which clauses are not acceptable and which clauses are. But once you've negotiated the deal, including any sanctions for breach, it's not economic colonialism if you then break the contract and what you've promised and offered as an inducement for them to do that deal with you. You now say it's unfair. You took advantage of us because we didn't read the agreement properly. That doesn't work. So please drop this idea of economic neo-colonialism. China wants to do business. China wants to access the resources just as much as the ones interfering with your political system, the ones who left you this legacy of weak political structures, are busy helping themselves. Let me end this point by reference to one of the points that comes out in the new book. Because the story starts with the Berlin Conference and the Royal Niger Company. So what Goldie did, even though at the Berlin Conference, it was agreed that there should be no monopoly, there should be freedom of trade, all the resources, the door should be left open for everybody to share. What Goldie did was to create a monopoly. So nothing came in or out of the Niger Delta area without the effective, except through the Royal Niger Company. That was a monopoly situation. And how he created a monopoly, he bought up all the competitor companies, all the English companies, he bought them up and got to the point where Royal Niger Company was
this massive entity. And then by virtue of having created that monopoly situation, it was now able to dictate the prices to our people and depress the prices artificially. Pushed it down. So it was paying next to nothing for the resources that were taken out. Now the Chinese, not the Chinese, the French saw this. And of course, when they're hearing that ridiculously low prices are available for palm oil in the Niger Delta area, far lower than they could get anywhere else, what happens? Of course, the French come in to try and take advantage of the low prices. You won't say that it's economic neocolonialism because the French are now taking advantage of what Goldie had done in using his monopoly position to depress the prices. That is the parallel with what's going on. And what, as I explained in the book, what Goldie then did was effectively to buy out the French as well. So he ended up with his monopoly at the end of the day. So forget economic neocolonialism. It is not real. As a corporate lawyer, you go in, you do the deal, and take your best negotiators and be ready to either perform the contract, or if you don't perform, expect to be sued. And if you lose the lawsuit, expect whatever damages or security for the performance of the contract has been signed up to. Don't start saying it's not fair.
All right, thank you. Last question is from Forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers, and special greetings to the guest. He said we should not refer to him by his title, but Dele Ogun, thank you for coming in. I think I'm struggling to keep my mind together because I agreed with you most of the way when I was listening, but towards the end, I noticed a lot of contradictions, and I'm struggling to keep it together. For me, I felt that the way you analyze history was missing the essential lessons from it. From asking us to go back to who we were that failed. And at the same time, you're against regionalism because it failed. So why would you want us to go back to where we were before that failed? At the same time, then you went on to talk about the UK, how Tony Blair did what he did recently to, what they call it, give some powers to the various nations. But that was after how many 100 years of dominating the world. Then there are so many like that. And I felt that you are drawing the wrong conclusions from historical events. Even all the nations that you describe as going on to, like China, Russia, all of them, none of them went back to the past. They tore the past apart. They ripped it all to pieces and went to the future. The French destroyed their monarchy. The Russians destroyed it. So did the Chinese. So they all tore everything. Including, if you look at the Americans, in a way, that's what they did. They threw the British away and then they started charting their own paths. And why I consider this dangerous, because that little detail is extreme. If you miss it, could cost you everything. That is why we have to learn lessons from history properly. Because if you ask people to go to the past, you're asking us to go to a situation where we will even be more vulnerable than we were in the past, because the people that did this to us are even more powerful now. And they themselves, and the way you describe Pan-Africanism, they have Pan-Europeanism. Let's make no mistake. NATO, European Union, the Five Eyes, and 1,000 other agreements are all Pan-European agreements. And when you said Pan-Africanism, you don't believe in it and it's suspicious on the rest, it's an essential ingredient. We still have to be nationalistic. We may want to assert our ethnicities, but these things are layers of identifications. You ascribe to it when you talked about Nigerians watching football, admiring their fellow these different tribes of women and all the rest of it, because they assert their identities at different levels. So that is why I have an issue with the way your conclusions about the orange arrangement that you're talking about. And because this is very, very important, we get it right. And I noticed that your analysis is not necessarily based on actual hard power dynamics. It's based on historical events, and it's also based on some of your experience, corporate experience and all the rest of it. But I tend to base mine on hard power and the power dynamics that are going on around the world. Any nation that is stronger than you economically, militarily, they are a threat, including China, including the West, every single one of them. However, you can work with them. The Chinese did the same thing. I like the comment you made that the Chinese were switched on. That aspect of it, when they say switched on, it meant they were relying on themselves. Our mistake, and the man that went to the Fulanis to help expect them to come and save him, his mistake was not making himself strong. If you are not strong as an entity, you will fail. And so that brings me, because we've had this conversation, even yesterday. I'm struggling with this within our community. We learn a lot of lessons, that we learn a lot of history, but for some reason we don't tie it properly together. How did we manage to go back to saying we should go back to where we were before the colonization? When clearly the history shows all these nations we were just describing tore their past to pieces. So that is the question. Let me ask the actual question that I have. So based on the challenges we have today in the 20th century, I really am sorry that I have to come across like this, because I really do like your submission. I know you are very, very well read, and you've written books and all the rest. But when I feel like we are making mistakes, a very dangerous one, I tend to call it out. And so the question I wanted to ask you is that, how do we, as a people, ascertain the truth of things in terms of actually basing it on evidence, actual hard evidence, not based on just opinions? And so that's one of them. Then how do we, I will ask the question that I asked yesterday, how do we present ourselves as a people to the world, that's as a people to the world and to our children, so that our children can grow up to feel that they have a place in this world, they have a way of ascertaining the truth of things. In other words, being able to see the world for what it truly is. Because I believe that the way we process information seems to be very, very faulty. So I don't know. I didn't make the question very clear. Let me just ask it again. Let me just get the question, because I wrote it down yesterday. We talked about it for a long time. So the question is, how should we present ourselves and the world to our children? That's the question.
Thank you.
All right. I think you disagree with where my history lessons are taking us to. Not that I've misunderstood history at all. Perfect clarity. And let me explain why I don't think you're right in saying others do not go back. As I said, it was Winston Churchill who said, the further back you look, the further ahead you can see. Let's start with what Blair did. Blair was the one who revived the Scottish Parliament for the Scots. The Scottish Parliament had disappeared in 1707. It was 1997 that they went back to the way they were. The Welsh Assembly had actually disappeared much earlier than that, because that was the English who conquered Wales. They had no, at least in the case of Scotland, it was a treaty of union. The Scots were trying to build their own empire, and the British scuttled it. It's called the Darien Affair. If you look it up, the Scots went in search of their own colonies. The British sunk their ship and said, no hard feelings. Let's share. And that's why most of the colonial officers were Scottish. Blair went back because he knew the troubles that was arising from the project of one nation. That is where you had the crisis in Ireland that you don't hear about anymore. Remember the IRA and all the rest of that? What was that all about? They wanted their voice, their political voice. Whereas the English were happy to say, oh, stay on board, stay with us, we're stronger together. The Irish said, hell no. We want our own self-determination. And that's the origin of that. It actually started under the government of William Gladstone. Irish Home Rule Bill, because of the troubles and the bloodshed in Ireland, he wanted to quell that in order to release the positive energies of his people. That's when they introduced Home Rule Bill in Ireland. And that's actually what caused our guy, the main star of the new book, Joseph Chamberlain, to leave the Liberal Party and join the Conservatives because he was against, he was an imperialist. He wanted power in Westminster to rule the whole of Britain. And he was dead against Home Rule, the going back. But Gladstone pushed that Home Rule Bill. Blair took it a step further in 1997. You see, so this is why we must be careful. That when they keep telling us, keep going forward, you know, and the rest of the world is getting bigger and better together. What was Brexit? What was Brexit? Was that not going back? So human beings have to recognize, and we have to have the courage to say, when something is not working, let's stop and reflect as to why it's not working. If after 64 years of playing one Nigeria, so-called independence, the lights are still not on, and countries like, again, it comes through in the book, like India, because this is something that those who favor carrying on as we are point to. Oh, but India is more diverse than Nigeria. And look what they're doing. It's a false argument. Why is it false? Because India today is not India under the British. India today is minus Pakistan, Islamic Pakistan. It's minus Islamic Bangladesh. It is minus Buddhist Burma. It was restructured such that the India that you're left with is an India where it's 80 to 90% Hindu. It was restructured. When we seek to understand why, given that we've got the same physiology as everyone else, the head, two arms, mouth, etc., if it's not working in our space, we've got to have the courage to dig and see why it's not working, get to where it went wrong. And what the new book shows is that we were programmed to fail from the beginning. We were programmed to fail from the get-go. It was never designed to work. You see that symbol on the book in the center there with the star? That star of Solomon, the seal of Solomon? And look at the crown inside there. That is the British Fulani Alliance. That is the alliance with the caliphates that was at the roots of the design faults in Nigeria. So if we say that we're going to ignore the 64 years of experience and carry on as we are, then I'm afraid we're not going to be presenting our children, presenting ourselves to the world in a way that our children can believe that they have a place in the world, because it's not going to get any better than it is. It was programmed to work like this, such that our children are all running away. The Japa syndrome is real because it's not working. And if you really want to restore, give something, a legacy for your children, that they'll be proud. It's not the money that we're going to leave. We've got to leave them a society, a governance structure that they can be proud of. To say, yeah, it's working. My country is working. Not for the few, because as I said, every governance system has its winners and losers. And there are those who, there's nothing wrong with Nigeria right now as far as they're concerned. Nothing wrong. They're living well. But what about everybody else? What about the basics when you can see that something like light is still a luxury? That we can't switch the light switch with confidence. Your children can't take their friends back to Nigeria for a holiday. We're all holidaying in their countries. So it's time for us to humble ourselves and say it's not working, and the way back is the way forward. How far back you go, all I can say is that there were fewer deaths before the colonial intrusion into our affairs. Right now is human sacrifice. If you aggregate the deaths from Lugard's wars and Goldie's pacification, if all the war conflict, if you add the Biafra totals, and the daily killings in the Middle Belt that are going on as we speak, the slaughter across the country, how much human sacrifice do we want before we say it ain't working? Got to re-engineer it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dele. It's been wonderful. And before...
Sorry though, I still think you still reached the wrong conclusion again, including from Brexit. Brexit weakened Europe. It's a European tribalism stuff that is happening, where the Anglo-Saxons wants to dominate the world affairs because they won the First and Second World Wars. This is my issue. We need to go deeper into things, but it is what it is. I personally, I will appreciate it if we could actually have conversations about these things, because you have your views, and maybe there are common grounds that I cannot see yet. If I could have this conversation with you, I would appreciate that.
All right, forefathers, thank you. He's been here for more than 4.5 hours, so we have to let our guests go.
No, I meant away from here, if possible.
Okay, he'll be back in December when the new book comes out. Dele, thank you so much for being.
Okay, he will be back. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's
thank
good.
you so much for joining us today.
Thank you all.
Yeah,
it's been a good discussion, and we learn as we go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are going to take a break. When we come back, and we will review what happened. So stand by.
I'll sign off now.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Thank you.
Form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and good of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem which the social contract provides
the solution for. I asked for Rousseau's words in relation to Nigeria to be imagined as the Orange Union, in contradistinction to the Union of the Apple. When you peel the skin of the orange, you'll see the segments sitting comfortably side by side, together making the composite whole. Whilst where you peel the skin of the apple, you will see the indistinguishable mass. That Orange Union, in which the ethnic groups uniting to make the whole, an association in which they may still obey their own priorities and remain as free as before.
Author, publisher, and public speaker, Dele Ogun has excelled in multiple careers, significantly contributing to the legal and writing fields. In November 1969, 7-year-old Dele embarked on a nearly 7-hour journey aboard the BOAC from Lagos to London. Little did he know the challenges he would face in a new land where speaking his beloved Yoruba would set him apart. Raised in the village of Ayede in Ekiti State by his grandparents, Dele quickly adapted by winning over local boys with his football skills. After earning his LLB from London Metropolitan University in 1984 and completing his call to the English bar at the Inns of Court School of Law in 1985, he obtained an LLM in Company and Commercial Law from the London School of Economics in 1987. Dele founded Akin Palmer LLP, a London-based law firm specializing in commercial litigation and international arbitration disputes. With over 21 years of experience, he also maintains a practice in Lagos, Nigeria. In 2009, he published his first book, The Law, the Lawyers, and the Lawless, an autobiographical reflection of his journey from Nigeria to becoming a successful lawyer. His subsequent work, Ostrich Nation, Golden Jubilee, critiques Nigeria's socio-political landscape through the metaphor of an ostrich, highlighting issues such as corruption and leadership failures. In A Fatherless People, the secret story of how the Nigerians missed the road to the promised land, Dele explores Nigeria's historical evolution from British colonialism to contemporary challenges, examining how colonial powers manipulated ethnic divisions that hindered national unity. His other works include Oyinbo Came to Africa, Identify and Development, A Slave Ship Called Jesus, and the upcoming 50 Years of Britain. True to his bold mandate of saving Nigerians from Nigeria, as seen on his X page, Dele advocates for accountability and proactive governance. As a student in London, Dele Ogun worked as a security guard. Today, he is passionate about the plight of Nigeria and Nigerians and has written half a dozen books to educate Nigerians on the malaise afflicting the country.